Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? So today is Wednesday. I spent a lot of time yesterday. I know I wrote this in the thing right here, but I spent a lot of time yesterday working on battle perks, and I want to show what I did. So originally, we only had battle perks that could be numbers. So something like +2 power, +5 dodge, or something like that. And we could not have skills show up here. So now you can see something like Rage level 1. And I fixed the formatting of some of these things. And we can now grant these skills even if you don't have the adventurer. So right now I don't have the warrior. And here I'm going to get Rage level 1. If I choose this and then go hire the warrior, and we click over here, you can see Rage is level 1 out of 2. And actually that works. This is going to be a lot harder to show. Whoops, I went to the wrong thing. It's going to be a lot harder to show, but it works. You can like max out an adventurer without even hiring them. So here, Harmony level 1. I do have the cleric. Okay, never mind. Let's find that on someone else. Yeah, so here, Zombie Link level 1. If we eventually get offered that again, which is going to be annoyingly tough because you don't even see them every single time. Yeah, so okay, here's a good example. Lightning Reflex is level 2. It does remember what the levels are without you even having the adventurers. So Lightning Reflex is level 2. Now when we go hire the archer, we see that they're at 2 out of 2 for this. So I also hid some of the buttons here. I put the stats in this sidebar over here. I gave them all tooltips. So I worked on pretty much all of the rest of the tasks that we had for this. Hey, Galaxy Inferno, welcome in. You know, Galaxy Inferno, there's a small competition going on to see who can claim the first, where is it? This thing? Who can click this button first? But no one's really participating anymore. So if you want, you can nab it. It does nothing for you. In fact, it only costs you points. There you go. You're first. Hooray. Yeah, we need to spread awareness about this. All right, so yeah, allow choosing battle perks is done. Saw that yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, it used to be that there were a few people who were here like right as the stream started and they'd all compete for it. So we got to start that up again. Hey, Iron Crusader. All right, so minor tasks. Fix bug, enter challenge mode, click grant most things, win a battle in the forest. It won't show the loot even though it does grant loot. And it's only happens in challenge mode. I'm not sure how this could possibly happen. And it's only when you click grant most things. It's so bizarre. So there's a loot container here. I wonder if it just has the wrong size or something. We don't ever hide this. So it must still be showing. Let's try doing this through Godot. Maybe this will reveal something. I think it's worth trying to fix this bug, but I don't know who it impacts. So we do, no, we don't do that. We do this and then we just win a battle and turn this off. Okay. So now we got to figure out what is going on in this thing. Let's try to find out where this is. Town view. I don't know where this is. Yeah, I don't know where this is. Maybe in here. Instances manager. Here we go. Scroll container. This. It's here, right here. All right, we're trying to find where loot is showing. And it should be in this tree I just expanded. So we have result label, a scroll container, loot container. So it is there and it's visible. What size does it have? I don't even know where we see the size. There it is. It has a height of 0. Huh. That's strange. That is definitely strange. So it's apparently there and we can't see it because it got collapsed down to 0. We could just put a minimum size on it. I'm not sure why this only happens when you click grant most things though. Cheats menu, grant most things. What is this doing that would cause it to happen? I guess we could binary search our way through this function and like comment out this half and see if it still happens. And then if it doesn't, then comment out like this half or something. Because this does not make any sense. What about in here? Debug grandma's things? Huh. Yeah, no idea. Okay, well, let's try that. Yeah, let's turn all that off. And just try running this again. And we're just going to do the same thing. And click there and click there. Huh, it happens there too. So it's one of these things that's causing it? What? Okay, so if I comment out this whole thing, it can't possibly happen because the function is doing nothing now. Wow, I am very curious about this because I don't know what could possibly cause this. Okay, so I click the button, which does nothing, and then I do this. And yeah, it stopped happening. So it's one of these things here. What could it possibly be? Oh, maybe it's an error that's happening? No, it's not. Wow, strange. Okay, well, let's comment out all of these things and find out. If it still happens, then it's caused by this line. And if it's not happening, it was caused by one of these, which we'll eventually figure out. So bizarre, though. Okay, so we do that. Maybe it's because I have multiple shops? Okay, it's not happening. So that means it's one of these lines. All right, well, we only have 4 things. So let's just try all 4. This is test number 1. Yeah, I could technically trim this down to trying, I think, 3 things, but it's just not worth keeping track of. Because who cares? All right, so we click this, this. Oh, it already happened. So it's this. This is the problem. Calling create warehouse is causing this to fail. Why though? Yeah, why? Weird. What would it be about any of this stuff that's causing this to happen? I guess let's turn all of these things off. I'm so confused. Yeah, I just can't think of what would do this. We'll try this again and again until we figure out exactly what's doing. Okay, so it was one of these lines that's causing the problem. Let's try putting this back in. We only have 3 lines. We're going to figure out exactly which line of code is causing this issue. And then it should be very apparent. And if it's not, then we have the puzzle of the century on our hands. Okay, so it wasn't that one. Is it this one? It's probably this one, because I can't imagine the sign has an impact on a loot screen. So it's something about the warehouse itself. It might have to do with, okay, I could kind of see now. I'm kind of predicting that this is what's going to be the problem here, but I can kind of see what might have gone wrong. Yeah, it is this problem. Because I changed a bunch of things in how this works. But what? So if I comment out all of this, the bug stops happening, right? These are all just event listeners, which means one of these events is actually the problem. And there's no real reason for me to have done what I just did. I know for sure that this isn't going to repro now. Because of course it wouldn't. Because I commented out everything, and we know that it was that line of code. Yeah. So that did nothing for us. But we can put these back in, and we can find out what's going on. The only thing I can think, though, is that something is throwing an exception and then not printing anything. But I didn't see an exception print out. It's not that. So it's one of these 4 things. Maybe it's the upgrade? This is why I didn't want to do this right now, by the way. I was not looking forward to this particular problem because I knew it would be like this, where I'm like shots in the dark. And then even if I fix this, it's not super important. Yeah, so it's this problem right here. It's on upgrade. So literally just calling upgraded storeroom is doing this. And this is for the warehouse. And all it's doing is adding another item display. So if I comment this out, it stops happening. So it must be the act of this loot going to the where. Oh, that's what's happening, I think. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Hang on. I think I know. Yeah. So once there's an item display, we remove it from the loot. Okay. I understand what's going on. Yeah. This is how I changed the loot. I made an object, and yeah, this is a subtle problem that I now realize what's happening, and now it makes sense. It's not the height of this thing being controlled. It's just loot not being emitted into the world. So it's not grant most things that's doing this. It's building the warehouse that's doing this. Okay, this makes perfect sense. We got to figure out a fix for this. So all I need to do... Oh, I can't do it here. I got to go into new game. Wait, but this only happens in challenge mode? Maybe there's something special going on there. Is it because you can't build the warehouse? No, it's happening in regular mode too. But I wrote this only happens in challenge mode. What? Wait, if I make a new game and I click grant most things, we get the warehouse. And then I put an adventurer here. Yeah. Why did I write that it only happens in challenge mode? It's happening everywhere. I didn't change any code, did I? Okay, I did technically change this. But I don't think that has any impact whatsoever. But now we have no changes. So it should not, according to my notes, happen in normal mode. And yet it's going to happen, I bet. So I don't know what I was thinking. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Because this is what I would expect to have happen now. Let's see. Yeah. It doesn't show. All right. So the problem is that the warehouse is getting this loot first, and then it's marking that there is no extra loot, I guess. So if the warehouse were full, we would see loot here again. So let's let them win a battle, and now I'm going to just fill the warehouse constantly. I'm just going to keep clicking this button. So there's going to be space. Yeah, and now it shows it. Okay, well, we figured it out. Problem is that the warehouse is taking the loot so that it doesn't show on the end battle screen any longer. The repro is just to have an empty space, have an empty warehouse and win a battle. All right, so how do we add items? Call add items here. Call it here, loot equals grant items. Grants as many of the specified items as possible. That's also in a random order. And then this returns loot. Why does it do that? Why does it even modify loot? I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense. What did this used to do? Because I don't think we can even check that anymore. Well, we kind of can. I guess we could just go to storeroom. And then we'll have to look through the history because I already pushed this. So history, we just look at this one. We view the file. This isn't the file. Where's storeroom? There it is. View file. So if I search for grant items, here it is. What did this return? First fill-in displays already have items. This will make the items stack. I'm so confused. Hey, Kevin. So the caller did something different then. The caller in this case being town. Oh my God. I know what's going on. It's because okay. We have a reference to loot from the end battle screen. So every time we remove an item from it, we show less. Oh, man. Okay, so then we can populate the loot container beforehand. Real problem is that we have a reference to a loot object, and we must populate the UI with it after the warehouse has mutated it. Okie dokie. How do we fix that then? So set loot. Get the loot. Add it all over here. Yeah, so then this must be getting called in the wrong time. Initialize the end battle screen. So this is one thing. And the other thing is add items. Yeah. I forgot the game was still running. All right. So let's hit play. So this is going to get called first, I think. And I want to find out where this is getting called. We have to wait. There it is. So yeah, add items is getting called first. It's getting called from battle ended. And then let's hit play and find out the stack trace of the next one. It's possibly also battle ended. Battle stage ended. and then on instance battle ended. This is town.add items. It's being called before we set up the loot on the end battle screen. There are two things we could do to fix this. We could either fix the race condition, or we could just make it so that loot is immutable in the instances case. Or make a clone here or something. They're actual item instances though. No, they're not. They're just item IDs. So we could duplicate this very easily. So maybe we should just do that. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Let's look into the first way. I'll write this down though. So we either need to change the order, or we need for instance to have its own clone of loot. Change the order. Okay, I guess it all comes from battle stage ended. Is that correct? Yes, it is correct. Instance battle stage ended. So we're calling some different things here. Called generate loot and then on battle ended. So that's what's listening to both of these things? Yeah, it must be. So there are two listeners for this. On instance battle ended and an anonymous function that calls battle ended. Yep. Okay, well, I think the ordering thing would be a bad idea because these are just events and they get registered in a certain order. I think the better way of fixing this would be to just have our own instance of loot. In fact, I'm not sure why we don't do that to begin with. Let's see, instance.loot. We could just clone this here. Treasure chest I get loot. Yeah, we could just clone this here. All right, should be simple. Public loot clone. Hello, hello, what happened to the code? So make a new loot and copy the dictionary in. We could just make the new dictionary at first anyway, right? Dictionary. Is there a built-in C# way? C# clone a dictionary? All I need is another reference to it. There's no deep copying we need to do. They're all just integers. Use the copy constructor, shallow copy, new dictionary out of the original. Okay, that's dead simple. So we just say new items. Yeah, easy. So now return new items. Simple. In fact, we could say return new capital I items, but I think that's stupid. I think this is clean. Now what's the problem here? Rename items which hides the primary constructor parameter with the same name. Okay, so let's say cloned dictionary. That's fine, as long as it's clear. And then in town we go and we change this to loot.clone. Easy. And I'll just write clone this so that we don't modify the original loot in the instance. Okay, let's find out if that worked. That's not too bad. This took 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes. It could have been spent elsewhere. But at least it wasn't 2 hours. I say prematurely. All right, let's see. Did it work? It might have. Yeah, it worked. Okay, problem solved. Yeehaw. Collection initialization can be simplified. I don't really know what I prefer here. You can either say new items or you could do ... items. Is there a difference? And is that called a spread operator in C# as well? Spread operator, it's ... though, not ... Collection expression. Do they type this out here? Yeah, it is called spread. Use the spread element to inline collection values in a collection expression. The following example creates a collection for the full alphabet by combining all these things. Spread element, when evaluated, produces 5. Constant produces 20. Variable in the spread must be enumerable. What's the difference then, I wonder? Isn't there some bytecode analyzer online? Do I even dare look into this bytecode? Intermediate? No, I don't have anything. I don't care. I don't care. We're just gonna keep it as is. I wanted to see if there was a difference because maybe the compiler turns this into the same thing in the end anyway. Sharp Lab or something like that. Yeah, maybe I could find out, but it's just probably not worth it. Okay, so fix bug with the warehouse changing loot. There is a race condition between handlers of, what is that function called? Did I delete it? I deleted it. Oh no, here it is. Battle system, but not battle stage ended. The town responds first, and it then modifies loot. Wait, we don't need to return a modification of loot because it's a pass by reference thing. So this thing about grant items, returning a loot is pointless. Why would we do this? Because it's the loot that wasn't granted? Okay, hold on. Let's look into this. I guess this goes a tiny bit deeper than I thought. Yeah. So note, this will modify the loot object passed in such that by the end, the only loot remaining is the loot not granted. So this return loot is just return. This is void. This is just return as well. This should modify it as well too, right? It does. Tries to fill in already. This isn't even written correctly, right? Shouldn't we write it like this? So now this isn't here. Note this modifies the loot object passed in. Void. Return nothing. So now the return is pointless. So now we go back up to here. We don't need to return from here either. We don't do this either. And now the town part of this changes too. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Yeah, it almost makes me wonder if add items should just clone the loot immediately. All right, let's look through the changes now. So this needed to be done. This simplifies the contract a little bit, but I added a bunch of comments, so the total code is 3 lines longer. And then why is this an if statement? Null check can be simplified. Okay, yeah. I guess that makes things easier too. Where'd that go? Warehouse grant items, yeah. Very neat. Okay. I'm a happy camper. Let's go try it one more time. Then I'm excited to move back to challenge mode stuff. This is just a bug I noticed while testing challenge mode, but it had nothing to do with challenge mode. I coded this bug when we made the treasure chest system. Obviously unintentionally. I would not intentionally make a bug like this. Oh, also I thought of an idea. Yeah, okay, this is working. Idea, have one of the shop NPCs say some really long text about being a valueless NPC in a video game, but only like 0.01% of the time. And only when they've said something else first. I had that idea strike me in the shower, and I thought, that's pretty funny. Let's do that. Okay, let's read this one more time. We have clone loot, we have grant items, we fill the item display. We don't need to return specific things yet anymore. It's modifying by reference, which a dictionary would have done too, to the point where I'm not actually sure why I ever returned the dictionary this way. Dictionaries are also passed by reference. Yeah. All right, as the town responds first and modifies loot if you have the warehouse. Then the end battle screen responds and has, but there may be no loot to show in the UI at that point. To fix this, we now clone the loot object before modifying it. mostly syntactic sugar, but there's a slight difference. New instantiates a new object, calls a static method, I think. Oh, hey, you didn't have to look into this. So you want to look at M1 and M2 here. Here's M1. New object instance void class. Is this better? Huh. I wonder if we just, this is one of the things I'll just ask ChatGPT and just see what it says. So in C#, what is the difference in performance between making, I guess, between the following code? Yeah, I'll just M1 and M2 in the following code. All right, we don't need this. No, we don't need that. Actually, how about we just do this? And just call this M1 and this one M2. Oh, it needs to be in a function though, right? Whoops. Oops, drat. I didn't mean to type that. All right, well, whatever, it still worked. All right, use the constructor, iterates through L via its I enumerable interface and copies each item. Slightly slower, especially if L is an I read-only list, but not an actual list because the constructor doesn't know how to know the count up front. I don't know if I believe that. I read-only list wouldn't know its count up front. I think it, is that true? I guess it's an interface and it doesn't define a count. It has a way of getting an I enumerable. Get the count of elements inherited from I read-only collection. Is this not done in constant time? If it's I enumerable, it can't be. Yeah, and I guess list stores it itself. Wow, okay. Yeah, technically that is true then. All right, so then what's this one? Compiles to a call to add range, and under the hood, the compiler may optimize it. Okay, sure, let's do it. Yeah, wow. So I wonder where else we don't do this and should do this. So this should just be ... items. Hey, Joss. Must have an instance or extension method add that can be called with a single argument. Okay, hold on. What was it complaining about if not for this? Because it says something here. What does it say? Collection initialization can be simplified. How can you simplify it then? Yeah, that doesn't work. Sorry, we don't have specifics on this error. What? How's that even possible? And it's not going to try to fix it. Okay, well, then whatever. Just leave this as is. So you can't use C# spread element with dictionary? Or maybe just not to make a new one? Oh, maybe I should have done new and then... No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. ... dictionary one. New dictionary. And then curly braces. And then... there's probably some syntactical way of doing this. I don't know what it is. So let's paste this over here. So we want a new dictionary of item ID int with ... items in it. And I want to say that that's what the cloned dictionary is. And then put that there and get rid of that. That doesn't work either, though. I am just not going to worry about this. Yeah. But for a list, I guess it's worth keeping in mind. All right. Yeah, so now we're at half an hour spent on that, which I am less happy about. Let's go back to this. Okay, so code. That was already done. This I haven't read yet. I'll put that on tomorrow's tasks. I shouldn't lose power. Yeah, let's get back to challenge mode stuff. Okay, so minor task, fix bug, done and done. Next, show perks that you've chosen. I think there should be an all perks tab that we show. Prevent buying perks. I guess just prevent showing all of the perks. Prevent showing buyable perks. All right. The way the way we do this right now is we show you perks like this. We have no way of getting that. No, this is wrong. What do I do? I gotta go into challenge mode. And I don't even think this is gonna work correctly. Shouldn't we have the town hall? It's right there. Yeah, we have auto battling. I think for the game settings, we ended up manually cloning the dictionary when he called out clone there. Do we have a... Yeah. Interesting. All right, this one's a little bit of a challenge because I don't want any of this stuff to show up. We could just stop the tabs from showing up. We could just make a whole new tab. But I think it might be nice to have these in the future. So we have an all perks tab. Maybe we just hide the other ones for now, and then we worry about the usability of this later. What happens if the town perks had like 400 other perks in it? What if we just did this? No, it's a dictionary. That won't work. Okay, well, what if we added in farming perks then? Farm. And one more. There. Let's try that. Hey, goose. Honk. Honk, honk, honk. Honk if you love geese. It doesn't show the town hall. Yeah, so this is just scrollable. We probably want a custom panel. It's just a flow container that has all of your perks here and then wouldn't be purchasable. And then we hide all these tabs. I think that's the easiest thing to do at first. So I think that's probably what we should do. Show battle perks in the adventurers panel. Just list out the stats for now and have tooltips. I mean, this is already done. I'm going to delete that. So prevent showing buyable perks. So here's what I think the task is. I think it's stop showing any perks tabs that would normally show. Town, farm, etc. Instead, only, or maybe just don't even have tabs. Only show an all tab that lists every perk you have without any purchase buttons. This is just for V1. I think people will want separation later, but it's not worth doing yet. E.g. seeing only the town perks you have. Maybe filtering is actually better in that case. All right, if you're showing them in chronological order, we need to keep in mind that when you level up a perk, it should move to the front of the list. Yeah, sure. All right. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. Instead of town, farming, treasure, we just put all. And then every single perk that you've unlocked over here, like let's say you get Swift Shoes, it now shows in the all perks section. I wonder if we should even show auto battling, because you do technically start with auto battling, which means technically you can't ever have 0 perks. And maybe some people want a challenge run, like, or an achievement or something like that, like win the game with less than 5 perks. At which point auto battling shouldn't count. I'm not worried about this. Yeah, I'm not worried about this. I am thinking way too far ahead. And it just doesn't matter right now. We might need to change the UI of this a little bit. All right, so let's go figure this out. Where do we put this stuff? We have a treasure perks treasure. There it is, right there. All right, so maybe we just write challenge mode all perks. All. Yeah, so now we need a tab that shows that stuff. How hard is this going to be to do? I don't know. I guess they're just tabs that hold their own controls. So we should be able to make like an all perks. Should we name this something different though? No, I guess all perks is probably fine. All perks equals null. All right. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get started on this. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to do this. Challenge mode all perks. That looks good. We don't have any of these classes yet. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. I guess we can just rename this to just all perks tab title. Anything else? Not really. We don't want to show any of these things here. Yeah. So if town.gameplay mode.is challenge mode, then we want to just always show tab all perks, tab id.all perks. Yeah, there. Anything else? Nope, that's it. Okay, let's go make all perks. Treasure perks. That's not even a class. It just inherits from perks tree. I mean, I guess that's the simplest way to do this for now is make this a perks tree. Alternatively, I guess all it really is, it's just a list of things with tooltips, right? So we could turn off the purchasability of these. Is that easy enough to do? This inherits from player ability tree. I mean, the things about tooltips are interesting. There's a whole bunch of stuff about adding skill points and stuff. Hey, Campbell Soup. Lovely morning. I made a lot of progress yesterday. I was working till like 9:30 or 10 on the battle perks stuff because I was like, I want to get this done and I want to spend another day doing this. And I'm feeling good about that progress. Today, what we're trying to work on right now is getting it so that you can see at any time what perks you've chosen. We used to have these tabs for regular mode, but I want to just show them all in just a list like this. And we need them to not be purchasable. So yeah, I got to figure that out. So perks tree, we could set this so that any buttons that get added hide the buttons that we have. Yeah, they're all player abilities. Yeah, this should work. Can afford any skill. Yeah, we wouldn't do that either. Okay. Okay. I think we can do this. I think we have to make a new thing called the all perks tree. And we say that here, and then inherits from perks tree. And then we just delete everything. And delete this too. All right, so now that's what we want. And how do we make one of those? It's an all perks tree. But we never actually instantiated this thing. Where does it go? Into the perks panel tab? Yeah, I guess so. All right, so now we instantiate in a player ability tree. No, we want to change this. Oh, man. Yeah, we want to change this. Maybe we just start simple and just use this anyway. How does this work right now, though? This is a player ability tree. All of these are... No, they're not. They're not. They have their own... Yeah, they have their own scripts. Okay, well, it inherits from player ability tree in the end. It might have different UI though. But yeah, for now, I guess keep it simple. So make a player ability tree, call it all perks, and give it a different script. Okay, it should show up now. It should be empty. These tabs are all hidden. No, it's broken. I guess make sure the perks button doesn't light up green. It probably shouldn't even show since it's just for viewing now, not for buying. All right, what'd I break? I'll run this again so that it only prints out one error. There. All right, this method must be overridden by subclasses perkstree.init. So this now inherits from perkstree. Init is here. How is that possible? Because treasure perks would override it? It would. Well. So then has unlocked tree is always true. And its initialize says all perks. And its abilities need to change dynamically. So let's just throw in one of these for now, I guess. Get perks to show dynamically in the all perks tab. So if I did this correctly now, we'll see all perks and only all perks. And we'll see one random treasure room perk in there because I just haven't coded anything else yet. Did it work? Yep, there's all perks. It is showing the other tab first, though. I don't like that. So yeah, this is close to what I want. Why did it show the garbage perks, though? It shouldn't have done that. We don't have any of these listeners here because it's not challenge mode. But something's calling show tab on this? I guess because we set it whenever you unlock a new thing. Create garbage slime. Wait, we don't even have the garbage slime. How are the perks for that showing? They're not even here. Unlocked recycler. We don't have this. Yeah, this says select tab. I don't want this showing at all. So we need to hide the tab. Isn't there a hide tab? Or like set tab hidden? Set hidden? Drat, what is in here? From control. Oh, the tab controller has it. Tab controller. Yeah, set tab hidden. I want basically every tab to be hidden. Come on. There we go. And then in this case, we want the all tab to be hidden. All right, that might not work. I still don't know how it actually showed the garbage slime perks. That shouldn't have been possible. Yeah, it's still showing. Oh, you know why? Maybe that's what's here by default. Because they're all technically, like no tab is selected right now. So we need to select a tab by default. Yeah, but that's what this is supposed to be doing. So maybe we put a breakpoint there. It's going to get called with all, but it's presumably also going to get called with the garbage slime. What's the tab ID? Town perks. What? Does this even work? If it's not hidden, then set the current tab. So what is the selected tab right now? It's recycler. Okay, well that explains a lot. Why is it recycler? Something. Oh, start with all tabs hidden. Well. Hey, Juicebox Hero. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back. I saw you streaming yesterday, talking about your dog and disciplining your dog, and the tofu's very stubborn. I didn't chime in because I was trying to be productive, and I knew if I chimed in that I would not be productive anymore. So I was lurking away, but welcome back, both as a sub and to Twitch as a streamer. She's all beat up. What happened? I probably didn't hear the whole conversation. Leaving you hide a tab, I'll select a different one if possible. So maybe that's also in play here. We need to select the all tab. Some other dog at daycare kicked her butt. Oh no. Oh man. I hope she is okay. I heard about a friend of mine who, maybe this isn't worth sharing, but anyway, their dog did a very heinous act to another dog, and they lost their eye. And I can only imagine the anguish and grief that causes the owner. It's nuts. All accounts says she's okay. Well, still, I hope she recovers. And Goose, thank you too for the resub. Happy 27 months. That's a combined 35 months in chat right there. Something to aspire to for everybody. Okay, so we've got to. We're only ever calling this with town perks. Do we call it with something else? We should call it with the all tab. We're calling with everything. Oh, because we're unlocking all of that stuff. And then we never call it with the... We never call select tab. We call show tab. What does show tab do? Not what I thought it did. Yeah, not what I thought it did. So I want to select that tab. And then that should fix this. Just a small bite. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, still bad. Not as bad. Like every once in a while, we'll be just whatever walking down a hallway or something, and Abby will just appear out of nowhere, and we'll like accidentally step on her foot a little bit, and then like immediately jump, and she seems fine. So yeah, that sort of thing is hopefully not any lasting mental damage either. Our cat seems totally fearless though. I was thinking about it. We have a pull-out recycle bin in our kitchen, and to a cat, this looks like a giant moving wall. And this wall is coming toward you. The cat just sits there. She trusts us enough that she just doesn't care. She doesn't move out of the way. She's like, oh, you've never hit me before, so you're not going to hit me now. I just thought, man, if I saw something moving toward me that was like 4 times my size, I'd probably move out of the way. Then again, I guess I don't have the reflexes of a cat. All right, so now this is working. There should be no way to see any of this other stuff, but we have no way of unlocking other things either. So when we get to making buildings, we should probably write this down. Make sure perks don't show for the building you just built. What a chill cat indeed. I don't have many like easily shareable pictures because usually I'm in them or my wife's in them. Although Juicebox Hero has met my wife. But I have this picture right here. The last shareable one that I took. Look at those eyes. All right. So I think this is good. And now get perks to show dynamically. What a cutie. Has a cat that looks similar to yours? Yeah, I really like calico cats. I just like multicolored cats. And that's not to say that I dislike single colored cats. I appreciate the variations in their fur colors when they're multicolored. Yeah, so calico cats have 3 colors. That's even more to look at. So how do we do this? Get perks to show dynamically. We make a list of ability data and then call a knit. What does a knit do? It makes a button out of all of these. All right, so we need to listen for when we unlock a perk and then make a new button for it. Hide all of the purchase buttons in the tab. Flow containers work a little bit weirdly. I might need to change this UI a little bit. We have a lot of outdoor cats here in my house. One next door named Huckleberry. That's a ginger cat. Seems to not mind my dog at all. Man, I've never lived in an area like that. Apparently a lot of Turkey is like that, where there are just outdoor cats everywhere and people are used to it. But the only time I've ever seen outdoor cats has pretty much been at the place we're living now, and they're just other neighborhood cats that are owned by people. I don't think there are any strays around here that I've seen. I guess that's a good and bad thing. Like bad because I want to see more cats, but good because then there's no like, what is it, trap, neuter, release sort of program people need to do here. Greece has so many cats too. Yeah, also there's that like cat island in Japan. Cat islands? I didn't know there were multiple. What? Oh my god, a cat shrine. These are things that I just don't expect to see. Oh man. Hey, Upta. They also have that deer park. Yeah. That I've seen too. That place starts with an N, I think. I don't fully remember the name. This gives me very much this clip energy. If people have not seen this clip before, I highly recommend watching this. It's like the hardest I've ever laughed on stream. Just so caught me by surprise. Felt like a Disney princess when I went. Nala, is that the name? No, wait, what is that? Deer Place, Japan. Nara. Yeah, Nala was from Lion King. Okay, what else do we have to do here? So yeah, it's just every time we get an ability, we just add this thing. I think we should be able to do this. Let's test it out. Let's make a public void testeroni and add an ability in here. All we're doing is going through ability data, checking prerequisites, which I guess we don't need to do. What is this? I don't think we use this. Get all prerequisites? Yeah, this is not a thing. We should probably delete this. Do we populate this anywhere? Prerequisite ability ID? Interesting. Nothing sets this. Yeah, nothing sets this. All right, let's just not worry about that for now. Yeah, let's go back to the function I was writing. So this, I want to make a protected void add skill button. And we take in an ability ID. And it doesn't have to exist in ability data. But then we need perk ability data from somewhere. Where does that come from? What even is that? That's the prerequisite stuff. But the cost isn't going to matter. At least not for us. We could just nullify this stuff. Yeah, let's do that. So add skill button. So we take in an ability ID, and ability data. And then we do everything that's in here, basically. And then just paste that here. Except for we gotta call it perk ability data. Now what's this? That's fine. Okay, I mean this looks correct. So now let's try this out. So we're gonna call add skill button. There. And now we just need to call this testeroni. All right, let's try it. So if this works, then it means that we're just going to see 2 perks there. And one of them is going to be farming crop growth. Does it work? It does. It added it second. So we want to change the order of this, I think. Whenever you unlock a perk, but we'll do that later. Yeah, it doesn't need to be done now. Yeah. Okay, so get them to show dynamically. So we've only done part of this. We've proven that we can do this, but we haven't actually done anything yet. So where do we do this? Town perk. Chose perk? Perk choice tracker. Choices changed. I mean, this isn't really... This is kind of sort of what I want, but there might be another place where I do this. Chose perk, here it is. Yeah, this. Where does that listen to? Nope. nowhere helpful. Hmm. So we need this thing to listen. Where's that testeroni function I made here? So town.ui.choose town perks panel. No, it's not even choose town perks panel. Is it? No, it is. Why is that not the name of this? Why does that not work? Is it called? Oh, I just never exposed it? Oh, I never exposed it. Does that work? Yes. All right, so this is now choose town perks. And it's going to be like, I don't know, chose perk. So private void chose perk. We need to know what you chose, which this doesn't tell you anything. This doesn't tell you anything at all. Why doesn't it tell you anything? It could pass this in, and then from here we could get town perk choice, and now it would tell us the ability ID. Yeah, that would be a much smarter way of doing things. Let's go do things that way. Challenge mode perk choice. So now invoke this with the choice. Perk choice. What is this? This is a control. That's fine. All right, now something listens for this, and that all the listeners need to change. So this is chose perk taking in a challenge mode perk choice. And we're going to do something here. We're going to convert this to a town perk choice. Town perk choice. This is just town perk choice, and then we fix the parentheses. And then we're going to call add skill button with the ability ID. And none of this stuff matters. This should be nullable. It isn't? Are you kidding me? I guess we just set it to none. Ability ID dot none. Cost doesn't matter. Argument 2 cannot convert from int to a collection of long. What? Oh, because there could be multiple levels. Okay. Now we delete that, and then fix the other bug. I'm just going to try building. It's going to tell me what the bug is because I know for sure there's one somewhere. I didn't include this thing. I just need to copy paste this over to there. Yeah, update selected character. We just reject this. Okay, let's try it out. Yeah, let's try it out. All right, so in perks, we see this. If I now choose a new one, so let's say we pick customer speed, it should show up over here. It does. But it also has the purchase buttons. We don't want the purchase buttons to show. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. So now we can delete this. There just isn't going to be any ability data. We're just going to make a new dictionary. Can we just do that? Can we just say new? Or that? Yeah. Easy. Wow. Wow. Let's make sure this doesn't work in normal mode. You should not be able to, I guess you don't even have perks to begin with. You shouldn't be able to see the all tab. Yeah, nice, you can. Hey, Consoles. Influenced by you, I'm getting a split keyboard. I was looking at the Moonlander Mark 1. Have you tried it? I did use a Moonlander, although I don't know what the Mark 1 is. Is there... Hang on, let me see. Oh, is there just one Moonlander? Anyway, yeah, I use this. I did not like it very much. I think it looks super cool. I love the looks of it. But my problems, I have like moderately large hands, I think. And I still thought the keyboard was a little too big. Like these thumb keys are just not as accessible as you want them to be. Your thumb might naturally rest here or here. Stretching it like outward felt a little bit like a stretch. And then pressing this key, it's kind of a mushy key and it didn't really feel reliable. And then I just feel like it has too many keys on it. ZSA did make a Voyager. How do I find that? Yeah, this. This is more up my alley, but the difference between this and the keyboard that I have is where the keys are basically. So I only have this block of 15 here. So it adds an extra 5 above and then 4 off to the right. So you have 9 extra keys there and you sacrifice 1 thumb key. And I like the thumb keys. So I have 3 thumb keys. With that said, you can kind of make any of this stuff work however you want. So I think the question for you is, like, what form factor looks best? Are you happy paying the $360 that these keyboards cost? And how many keys do you think you want? The name of this one is the Voyager. So if you want something that's pre-made, looks nice, probably has a warranty or something, like this is probably a pretty good option. But yeah, the 2 thumb keys, I guess I'll show you what I mean here. So here's what my thumb keys are bound to down here. The one on the left is the function key. So if I want to press F5, I hold the leftmost thumb key down and then I press what would be 5. So it's F5 at that point. This one is space and it's also my navigation key. So if I just press it, it types out a space. If I hold it, now I can use the arrow keys. I rarely use it for the navigation thing. I'm almost always using it for space. This one is my number layer. So when I hold this down, I can start typing out numbers. The one over here is shift. It's so common that I wanted it on a thumb key. And that's all it does. Literally nothing else. This one is navigation, but this is what I use most of the time. So whenever I use my arrow keys, I hold down this thumb button. And that's also how I press backspace or enter. So those very common keys like backspace, enter, escape, tab, those are all from this thumb key. And then this final one is for symbols. So when I press the rightmost one, it lets me type out symbols. So by having 6 of these, I don't need to combine them in certain ways, but that's how some keyboards like this work. So if you look up like the Planck keyboard, I think it's spelled with a C. Yeah, it is spelled with a C. So if you look up this keyboard by default, let's look at this, for example. By default, the way they have this like lower key and a raise key. So you can hold one and do something, you can hold the other one and do something, and then you're supposed to hold them both to do something else. I don't like that idea, but that's probably what you do if you use the Voyager. You'd probably make it so that like this key does something, this key does something, and then press them both down and do something else. Now, there is a technique when you're playing piano that you could apply to keyboards too, which is sometimes you're pressing 2 keys that are right next to each other and you use one finger to do that. So you could technically splay your thumb out across both of them and press down both keys at the same time. I don't think you'd want to do that when typing on a computer keyboard. But maybe the layout of those keys, I haven't used that keyboard. Maybe the layout is such that you could, to be reasonable. So I don't know. You'd have to try it out. And unfortunately, trying it out for $360 is not really worth it if you don't like it. And then there's a bunch of other keyboards. If you look up something like the Sokol keyboard, for example, this will probably cost you less. And it's kind of like a Moonlander. And if you ever just don't want some of these keys, you could just pop them off the keyboard or build a custom keyboard if you want, or get something that's not the Sokol. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff out there. Also, having an encoder on a keyboard is like the best feature ever. I love this thing. I don't have it on my keyboard, but on my gaming keyboard, I had it. And just controlling volume with a knob is very natural. It's what you're used to in practically anything else, a stereo system, a car, or whatever. But then on your keyboard, you're like, I'll press buttons like a dope. That's what I do. Okay, so next up, so I think this is done, this is done, this is done. Now we need to hide the purchase buttons. Yeah, I hope your keyboard journey goes well. The last thing I'll say is to keep in mind that when you make the jump into some like unusual hobby or something off the beaten path, you start unlocking a whole new world that might send you down a spending rabbit hole. So you might get a small keyboard and then be like, oh, I want like 5 more keys, or I want 4 fewer keys or something. And then you're like, okay, now this is my end game keyboard. And then you're like, well, now I want wireless, and now I want LEDs, and now I want an encoder knob. And so yeah, just be careful about that stuff. Hey, Toulouse. And hey, Topher. Haven't seen you streaming since maybe October. Don't know why. Just saw your game. The difference. Crazy. I saw it right in the beginning. Yeah, I've been streaming for pretty consistently for that time. Maybe I just wasn't showing up in the category for you, but I haven't changed names or anything. But yeah, if you're curious, this journal is accessible to all of you as well. And I really just been working on the game, but you can kind of see what happened and where. Not that I think anyone probably cares about this. But yeah, it's available all the way back to when I started streaming again back in 2023. Celebration, first stream back. All right, hide the purchase button. So we never needed to do this, I think, except for when you hit max. Then this must be possible. And I'm getting glove 80 to the thing you're talking about, spent money. Yeah, the glove 80 looks interesting. It looks like way too many keys in my opinion. And I know that probably sounds a little funny coming from someone who's using like an obnoxiously small keyboard, but I just don't know how someone would use all of the keys on this. Now, with that said, I love LEDs. I just think they're so cool. And the LEDs in this look pretty neat. But yeah, there's just a billion keys. Why do you need all those keys? Your record keeping is bonkers. Well, the journal's not too bad. It's like a 20-second task. Use it full time now, but I find my hands aren't really better. Have you started exercising at all? I think any sort of strength training is probably better than changing keyboards from everything I've heard from people in chat. So I think if you are having any hand pain, maybe try doing some strength training. Dactyl Manuform. Yeah, the Dactyl Manuform looks really cool, but it looks like you really need to tailor it to your hand, like your hand, not anyone's. You can't just buy one of these off the shelf. You need like the spacing to match. And then this, man, this is a really cool looking case they made. It looks like a cloud. Yeah, like the number of thumb buttons there. I wonder how usable that is. Missed what you said. Strength training may help more than finding a different keyboard if you're having pain typing. Nylox, thanks for resubbing. Happy 9 months. And Topher, thank you too. I don't know if you can hear me yet. You would have had to refresh the page, I guess. But I'll type it in chat, I suppose. Thank you. Yeah, Nylox, I'm assuming you can hear me. Haven't thought about it, but I used to have a lot of wrist pain, but not since I started weightlifting. Yeah, I've heard this pretty consistently from a bunch of people. And I think there's probably a category of people out there where you have a dull amount of pain and changing keyboards helps you, and that's that. But if you have even a moderate amount of pain, it's probably like, yeah, just start weightlifting, I think. Oh, wow. Thank you too, Sinsta. Also reminded me I can resub. Yeah, I can't turn off those ads. I can only change how many of them show or when they show. So I try to have them show up in a 3-minute contiguous block. Okay, so there has to be a way here. There's like a max thing. Yeah, get max label. And then add points button is not visible. And then clicking it shouldn't do anything. So we need a way of turning this off. There's no way to remove things. It's just disabling the button and hiding it. Although I guess hiding it is the same as disabling it. Unless you could tab to it or something. Can't you click the main button? You can. But what happens when you click it then? Tried to add point. Oh, and then the ability tree can listen for this. Is this virtual? It's not. Okay, what we could do is we could make this virtual and then override it to do nothing. That would work, I think. In typical, looking for split keyboards because now I can solve array problems without any issues. Nice. I tried to configure with a one-shot and one-shot.c, but it seems to be working the same as the built-in, which is if you type by rolling, you might type 2 keys capitalized, or perhaps I have something wrong with my setup. I don't think that can happen with me. If I press shift and I like really quickly press 2 other keys, yeah, like it didn't type them both capitalized. I don't know if I could type that any faster. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's a configuration problem, but it'd be hard for me to tell you where that configuration problem is. It's like, whoa, I can do that now. Yeah. I never understood what you meant before about there being too many keys. Now that I have the Glove 80, I do. Yeah, and what's kind of funny is on a regular keyboard, you don't really think about that stuff. Because like, okay, so what if I have a numpad? I'll just not use it, right? But when they're all clustered around your hands, it's a little overwhelming. Okay, so I think we're going to turn this off and probably just change this thing. Except for if they look clickable, I think that's the problem. I wonder what happens when you disable this then. There is no... Maybe we just remove the pressed handler. Yeah, set button ability. Maybe remove this. We just don't do this. Tried to add point. Skill button base. Okay, how does this work? We instantiate this thing in. Set button ability. Set button ability in the base. Yeah, here. Okay, I think we could just remove this, can't we? Yeah, we could just remove this. Remove the handler for it. And then it wouldn't do anything. But we also need to hide the label. Okay. I think I know what I want to do. So I think I want a function on the button that will remove the event handler. And I want to be able to hide the label. Except for maybe not the max label. How does it look right now? Oh, it just shows a level. That's not a problem. The cost. I want to hide the cost. Cost label. Okay. All right. Let's figure this out. So skill button base. There is an event handler here. This wouldn't know how to remove it though. The ability tree would know how to remove it. So we need to make some sort of like protected void remove click handler from button. Skill button base skill button. And then it's on try to add points. I need this to be its own entire function. We can't do that, can we? Not easily. We could just have this thing pass in the button. What does this do? Takes the button so we can get the ID. Does it do anything with the button itself? Nope. So just have it pass in the ability, right? Is this called anywhere else? Main skill button. There are 3 places. Skill button base. Oh, I see. We could remove it from the button because what we're listening to is try to add point. Yeah. This is dumb. Okay, my bad. We'll get there. Okay, so public void remove click handler. All right, so this stuff needs to go away. So this is going to be like invoke click handler, I guess. Private void invoke click handler. Try to add point invoke. Hey, Captain Anosa. How's it going? Have you beaten memory yet? All right, here. So main skill button dot pressed minus equal that. Same thing here. And then over here, we're going to do invoke click handler. Yeah. All right. Pretty good. Technically, this is remove click handlers. There are multiple. So now in the all perks tree, whenever we add a skill button, this doesn't return the skill button. We should make it return it. Purchased skill button. Return button. Okay, so now what we do is we get the purchased skill button. Button equals that button dot remove. All right. Defeats the player, not the other way around. Wiser words have never been spoken. I played a little bit of Celeste a while ago. Probably like 20 minutes. It looked like a good game. I just didn't continue to play. But I've listened to soundtrack a bunch of times. I think it's a pretty good soundtrack. All right. So we unlock this thing. And now we should not be able to click anything over here. That's a gigantic problem. Why is that happening? The one thing I was trying to get this to do is not doing. So we call remove click handlers. There is a pressed event right now. Can we get any information on this? No, we can't. But then we subtract these things. How is this getting hit then? Huh, that's interesting. So when you click this, we call into this. And that's being hit right here? What? It's not? Because of this stupid thing? Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's really bad. Okay, so had I clicked the bottom part of that, it would have actually worked correctly. So if I click this, yeah, this won't work, and this won't work, but this will work. So we need to turn that off, which means we need to know if this thing has a handler. I wonder if you can tell. Let me check something here. If this dot, we would never know, right? Yeah, we would have to know if this thing has that as a handler. Okay, well then I'll just make a Boolean here. Where do we put this? Here. Private bool removed click handlers. All right, delete that. Add points button dot disabled. Okay, that's what we need to do. We need to disable this when we remove the click handlers, and then we don't need this thing at all. Also worked on Minecraft, Deltarune, and Guild Wars 2. I thought she made all of Celeste. She didn't? Who made Celeste then? Oh man, I've always been attributing it to her. Who made Celeste? Extremely okay games. Developer, Maddie makes games. Wow. That's not Lena. Oh man, I had this totally backwards in my head. Huh. Yeah. I also bought Deltarune and played that for maybe an hour. I was actually thinking of refunding that. I don't know if I'll ever go back to play that game. It's probably great. I loved Undertale. I just wasn't hooked by Deltarune. And I tried a demo a long time ago, and I also wasn't hooked back then. I played for like 5 minutes, and I just got bored. I probably am the problem. All right, so now ooh, the cost is still showing. Okay, so that we just got to hide. But otherwise, this is looking good. I like this. Okay, so how do we hide the cost label? That is the... Well, you only want to hide it if you're not at max. Purchase skill button. Set the button to be visible or not. The add points button is the cost label, right? Yeah, it is the cost label. So we just don't want that to be visible. So we should just turn it off. But that's different from disabling the click handlers. Happy Roguelikifying Skeleseller, thank you. Remove click handlers. So just hide this thing. This is for the sake of challenge mode perks, where you can't purchase them at all. So if that ever changes, we'll need to split what this function does, but I think we'll test this out. I think everything should work now. So now we go into here, we click any perk, we do that. You should, that's still, yeah, whoops. So if add points button is not disabled and add points button is visible. Yeah, there we go. So it's basically just trying to trigger the add points button. And now I think we should have done it. Oopsie, there we go. Yeah, so now you can't click any of this stuff. Hovering over this still makes the color change. I think that's okay. Yeah. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, so what happens when you max this out? Oh, we don't have the money. Let's get money. I guess this one's fastest to max out, so let's max out that one. Done. It shows max. Oh, but it shows it as 2 separate perks. Ah, 'tis a problem. But actually, this could kind of be a feature. It shows you the history of how you upgraded an ability. So is this a bug or is this a feature? I think it's a bug. So what I'm picturing is for a run, you might have, let's say, 30 of these. Would you want to see that, like, oh, early on you got level 1 of something, and then later on you got level 2, and then later on you got level 3? I don't think you would. Like, I don't think that matters. So I think consolidating this is good. Yeah, let's consolidate. It's a bug. It'd be too confusing to have all that visible. Yeah, I think so. And hi, Goblin. Okay, so we can't just add a skill button. We potentially need to modify one that was already there, which we do when you level up a skill. So where does that happen? Player tree? There must be a listener here. Try to add point. Oh, it's from the individual buttons themselves, though. That's how that works. So we pass in a button and we say that you've added a point to it, and that's assuming we had the button. So we need a way to know that we've gotten the button, and we need this to be protected instead of private. Yeah. What else does this do? It plays a sound. Oh, we can't have that. We simply can't have that. Does it change? Oh, it even changes the level. We can't do that either. All right, so we basically just need to get the button and then just set its level 1 higher. How does that work? Streams are very calming. Found you here in Kipoga. I'm an automation coder. Nice. Yeah, welcome in. I guess welcome in retroactively because you've probably been here for a while. But welcome into the chatter now. You're no longer lurking. You've graduated. Can add skill point. Modify ability level. Does this modify the... Yeah, it calls update label on this. But also calls reapply effects, update tooltip. Okay, so what I think we need to do is we need to call this stuff for sure. Is this protected? Yes, it is. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad. And then update label. How does that work? Skill button. Purchase skill button. Update label. Current ability level. Does this get it from the... Okay, yeah, I think this should just work. I think we just need to call this. Wow, that's going to be great. Okay, so here's what we do. We try doing this. That's not how that would work. In fact, why do we even... How do we... I think what we want to do is if ability ID to button dot try get value, we just update the label. Otherwise, we do this. Okay, let's try it out. Any opinions on Pirate Software? Is there a particular thing that's happened? I've never really watched Pirate Software, so I don't have any like firsthand opinion there. I know there's a bunch of controversy surrounding him. I'm vaguely in the know about it because of a friend of mine talking my ear off about it, but I don't particularly care. Unless something new has happened. I don't know. I don't know if he's done something atrocious or... Yeah, I'm just trying to make my game, basically. So if you're like... Yeah, anyway. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, nice. This is working now. Wow, very cool. Please don't get involved in that. I mean, I don't think there's any risk of me getting involved in that. If there's some like, hey, we're trying to kill idle games or Skeleseller is the worst game, I'll probably get involved. But anything short of that, I'm probably not going to care too much. The streamers I tend to watch on Twitch are ones that I'm watching typically for their personality or the games that they play. And I'm not really seeking out new streamers a lot of the time. So like the streamer I watch the most is probably Redbeard, who plays Hearthstone. I don't think he really even shares a lot of controversy. He just plays Hearthstone. And then some of the streamers in the programming category, I'll tune in every once in a while just to sort of be productive alongside them. But I don't tend to pay attention to what they're doing. I imagine a lot of people are that way with me too. Like, I'm just a voice in the background for you. But do you know what I'm working on at any given moment? Some of you. All right, if we're showing them in chronological order. So how important is this thing? And is the button lighting up green? It is. That probably shouldn't happen. Also, that probably shouldn't happen. The dot shouldn't show. the dot shouldn't show in the perks tab. It can't. Hey Don, perfect companion to work. Yeah, I think the no music, so you can provide your own. No shouting. No obnoxious sounds. It can eventually represent a notification dot like news items do. Mark as read. But I don't think we need to care about that. All right. Oh, whoops. That's supposed to go there. All right, so chronological order. Here's what I think would be nice. I think every time you unlock a perk, we add the new one at the beginning. Can we do that? Just enough silliness in chat for a mental break when needed. That's right, Sinstill. Desperate to find the next person to hate and make them fall from grace to get view counts. All those guys reviewing his code is stupid. That's the end of it. I watched him for a bit and got bored and moved on. So there you go. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I've heard different things about cancel culture. Like I remember Bill Burr talking about it. I like Bill Burr as a comedian. And I think the prevailing sentiment amongst comedians is that it's not something to worry about exactly. Although this might be slightly outdated information. More along the lines of, again, assuming you're not doing something like grotesque, then it's comedy. Some people are going to hate your comedy. Doesn't matter what kind of comedy you have. There's no universal comedy. Someone's going to be like, this is boring, or this isn't funny, or this isn't edgy enough. So like, don't worry about those people. But yeah, I think it's different when you're, I think getting harassed is difficult. I remember I was watching Kip Boga like way back in the early days, and he got his first death threat. And these are from scammers. They don't live in the same country. They're not going to follow up on the death threat. They're just trying to, I don't know, make you feel scared or express their own frustration. But it like shook Kit. And I don't think I've ever gotten a serious death threat before, but I imagine that even if I didn't really believe the threat, it would probably still rattle me. So from that point of view, I think those things can be frustrating. Can I get the source code? No, this is not open source. I've got more information there in the FAQ. Just noise. No one is following my answer. I think you can train your chat one way or the other. So if you want to just be a noise streamer, I think you can make your chat have you be a noise streamer. Friend got off the threat like that for using Unity. Yeah, like that's not a believable death threat, right? But imagine if you did, well, in scam baiting, you're kind of sort of costing them money. So it's a little bit more believable maybe. But yeah, they're not going to follow up on that. Yeah, so I want to bump this to the front. All perks tree. What project you got to get free source code? There are a bunch of open source things I have. I have that game. I have, or well, I guess visible source at least. That game. What else? I guess even Adam's Apple and Abbott itself. So all of those GitHub repos you can take a look through if you want. And there's probably more. I don't remember all the ones I have. You could just look through my GitHub, I guess. You follow Willers? Do I? I don't know who that is. No, I'm not following them. Oh, I thought you were looking through my following list and you saw that I was following them. All right, so when we add a button, we want to put this in a different spot in the tree. And I think it's easy enough to do that. I think no matter what you do here, we can just say get parent, move child, 0. On there, that should be it. It's mine. I thought it was yours. Okay. Yeah, sure thing, Wiz. Okay, so now here's what we do. We buy any perk. So let's just remember the first one we got, customer speed. And now it shows up here. Now the next one we buy should show up to the left of it. So now we're going to buy something that is not customer speed. So Swift shoes. And now it shows, oh wait, that didn't work. What? Strange. I think this should work. Move child. Nodes indexes the order among its siblings. Possibly null value. Oh, whoops. This didn't show up before because I need to restart VS Code. We want this to be on the button. We can't easily get the button, can we? No, we'll just need to do it in 2 different ways. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah, maybe we do this. We say ability ID to button. So now we know that it's going to exist. Ability ID. So this is the button no matter what. And what is the type? It is a skill button base. Skill button base. Okay, and then that's the choice ability ID. Yeah, so now we just can't have these 2 things be named after each other. I don't know, new button. Alternatively, we could do this. Yeah, we could do this and set this here. No, I don't. What am I doing? What do I care? It's done. Just name this new button. Yeah. I'm kind of intentionally taking things a little bit slower today because, like I said, I worked like an extra 5 hours yesterday, and I probably shouldn't have done that. So as long as I'm making some progress today, I'm happy about it. All right, so now this thing should work. So we buy customer speed first. It shows up here. Then we buy worker speed or something. Sure, and it shows up to the left of it. Yeah, nice. Now when you buy customer speed again, it shows up to the left of that. Yep. Except for now that label's showing. How did that happen? How did that happen? Wait a second. Is that because I moved the child? So if I buy this twice, so it doesn't show now. There's no gold cost there. I buy it again. It does show. Is that because of move child? It sets a visibility again? Huh. How strange. Okay, well then let's put that there. So we actually don't need to return the button from this anymore. This can just be void and this cannot return the button. And the minus equal shouldn't be a problem if the handlers were already removed. Yeah, let's try this out now. I think this is everything I want. I don't know how many people are even going to use this dialogue. Well, this one they have to use, but the other one, I don't know. So yeah, the button's not there. You can't click this. That's good. Then you click this again, and yeah, it's not there. Okay, so you buy another perk like Swift Shoes. It shows up first. You buy another perk like Item Stacking. Excuse me, it shows up first. Now, whatever you buy next is going to get bumped to the first thing. So this, for example. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, and then this is the final piece of this one. Then we can move on to buildings and adventurers. I want to get done with these today for sure, and I don't think they should be hard. But then we're getting toward the bottom of this list. Remember, this is the phase 1 list. This is what we need to get people to be able to play test. And if you take a look at how much we've already gotten done with, just based on number of check marks you see here, it's like several pages of stuff that I've done. And this is all since Friday. This is pretty good progress. So let's check this in. So this is specifically for challenge mode, where we show perks that you've unlocked, but don't let you make any purchases here. And then this is just move the latest perk to the beginning of the list. Okay. Yep, looks good, looks good. Looks good, good. Good, good, and yeah. Yeah, all this is pretty reasonable. All right, nothing surprising there. add the all perks tab. The UI of this could probably be improved, e.g. there's a tab. There's a single tab with no chance of showing others yet. So the tab isn't really needed. But perks that you unlock in challenge mode will now show here. All right, next up is this. So make the perks button not light up green. So right now it's green because it knows you have a non-max level perk. I think we should just hide this from the UI. Like, I don't think this button should be here. I think we're solving the wrong problem. I don't know why you would click this in challenge mode. It's to see which perks you have, but I don't, well, actually, okay, I know why you'd click it. I don't know if we need it to be a top level menu item here. You can always get to it by clicking one of these other ones and then clicking perks to see which ones you have. Well, we could just not highlight it green. Let's figure that problem out later. So yeah, where do we, here, right here. Update tab affordability, light green. So how about this? If the town gameplay mode is challenge mode, just don't do anything. Or how about we phrase it this way? So in challenge mode now, this can never be green. So we fixed that problem, but we still have this dot appearing in the tab, and the dot appears when you haven't maxed every single perk that's there. So right now this is white. If we were to buy a perk, no matter what perk we get, it'll still be white, but this, that's weird. There's no dot there anymore. Oh, is that what update tab affordability does? So we just fixed both problems at once? We did set affordability symbol. Wow. All right, well, that was easy. Okay, so stop showing, or stop, what do we do here? Stop rendering based on perk affordability. We no longer color the perks button green in challenge mode, nor do we show the dot on tabs where you haven't maxed a perk and can afford the next level. Yeah. I should probably actually look at the code I changed. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, that was easier than I thought. And that fixes that problem. Show perks you've chosen. All right, so as a just kind of summary so far of what we've done, we have on the title screen challenge mode. When you click this, it's going to give you some text. This is not the best presentation of this, but this is just for playtesters right now. So the most important thing is this is still a work in progress. So expect there to be rough edges. Oh, by the way, for anyone who wants to playtest this stuff when it's out, there's the document on how you can do that. It's very simple instructions you can follow. Anyway, so blah, 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 you read this stuff and you click start new challenge run. So now you're given some buildings that you normally wouldn't have started with. You start with all the shops. Right now I'm giving some extra stuff that won't be there eventually. And now the main thing that's different about challenge mode is you can't just outright buy perks. The way you get any upgrades is by spending money and getting a roguelike choice of what perks you might be offered. And you saw me doing this earlier, but maybe it wasn't clear in the context of the game. So yeah, maybe you're like, oh my God, I have a bunch of workers and they've been moving so slowly. I really want this one. So you choose this and your workers start moving faster. You can now see it in here. The same thing is how you'll get battle upgrades. So you buy a perk and now you see it for specific adventurers. You might not have these adventurers. So right now we only have the warrior. We weren't even offered a warrior perk. So maybe we evaluate these and we're like, you know what, this archer one is best. And we buy another one and now we finally got the warrior. Well, when we finally get the option to hire another adventurer, we got the, oh wait, that means we're probably gonna need to render what level that character is. Oh, I didn't think about that. We almost certainly need to show how many perks you've gotten for that adventurer so that you know what level you've already made them. Okay, I hadn't thought about that. But for the one we got for the warrior, it actually, I just made this yesterday. It ups your level. Level is just a reflection of how many perks you've gotten now. So if we get another warrior perk here, got to have one show up. I get very unlucky with this. There. Okay, so as soon as we click this, it's going to give us more health, more fortitude, more power, and then also make the level go up to 3. So you can see any stats you got here. You can see any abilities you got here. So this is the main way you're going to play this mode, is by steering all these decisions and not necessarily outright choosing the next best thing that you want. So if you want this upgrade, you want shields up as an ability, like too bad. You need to you need to find it through one of these. And you might not find it in a particular game, in which case maybe your party changes around a bit. So I'm excited about this, but I think one of the risks that we have here, at least with battle perks, is that they're all positives. So getting health on this character, getting haste on this character, getting a chance to dodge on this character, those are all good things. So does this really feel like an informed decision that you're making? Are you comparing these things very closely? And I don't know. I would hate to put in all this work and then find out this is not a worthwhile system to have, but at least we'll hopefully have some idea of how we can improve it. I mean, I want the decisions to matter. I think in other games, when you manually control a character, it's much easier to tell when those decisions matter. Like imagine if you're moving at 10 times the speed you started at, you're feeling that. You press the right arrow on your gamepad and your character darts across the screen. You're like, whoa, that's too fast actually. In fact, there was some game where movement speed was only good up until a certain point, and that was too hard to control. I don't remember what game that was though that I was thinking of. I think it was like a bullet dodging game, and moving too fast made it too hard to dodge bullets anymore. Okay, so next up would be allow for building buildings. I think I should take a break before doing this. Yeah, I think I should. Okay, is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. All right, close the game. Thank you for playing. All right, so allow for building buildings. We present only two options to you for this. Choices. Okay, so for this, we need to go to our to-do item we have over here and stop creating this stuff. I was born to win. All right, make sure you can build the pond without the farm. You have some debug code. Cost should rise each time you build a building. Probably need a button in the town menu for building something now since it's random. Once you've built everything, hide the button. Make sure perks don't show for the building you just built. Yeah. Yeah. It's hyper immersion. All right, so I never really planned the UI for this. We actually don't even have the buildings button here for some reason. Why not? Oh, because there are no signs showing. Interesting. All right, so I guess we should go with the simplest possible UI for this. So there's just a build button. Add a build button to the town menu. And then clicking it opens a dialog with two options and a maybe later button. And it remembers those options. That sounds like the easiest way to do this. Yeah. So that you don't keep getting new ones. Building takes your money. I mean, ideally, the way this would work. How do I want to do this? No, you'd be able. Oh, wait. No, this is a problem, isn't it? Drat. Okay, there's a big question here. Should you be able to see which building you can get before you get it? Same thing with adventurers. I think the answer should be no. So in scenario 1, you click build. You see farm and I don't know, pond, and then you spend 50 gold to actually build one of those. In scenario 2, you click you spend, I guess, like this spends 50 gold immediately, and then you see farm and pond, and then you can build whenever you want, but you already spent the money. So yeah, which one of these is the thing we should do? And I'm leaning towards scenario 2. I'm leaning toward this one. And I think it should be the same thing for adventurers. Man. All right, what would it mean if we were in scenario 1? If you didn't like these buildings, I guess too bad. Yeah. It's not really consistent with the rest of the game though. More consistent with all other perks. I think we need adventurers to work the same way too. Like you spend money to hire an adventurer and that gives you the choice. Yeah, I think I like scenario 2. Okay, fine. So then add a build button in the town menu. Clicking it opens a dialog that says you will be presented with two options and has buy 50G and maybe later. And then buying will take your money immediately and present you with two options in a dialogue that can't be closed, I guess. I don't know. Alternatively, what we could do is we have choose town perks, choose battle perks. We could add choose buildings and choose adventurers. I mean, we already have a setup for this here, right? And then those choices can just stay there. I kind of like that. I just don't like that you'd have 4 extra tabs for this stuff. And what happens when those tabs aren't all fittable on the screen? Yeah, you scroll this, but you scroll it weirdly and you might not know that you can do that. And that's fine because the minimum size of the game is probably this anyway. But yeah, once we add in 2 more tabs, now it might not be as obvious. Maybe that's why we should have sub tabs in here. So there'd be view perks and choose perks. Hang on 1 second. Actually, let me put up a BRB screen. Just hang on a second, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think that's the most reasonable thing. We put sub tabs for this stuff. So it's sort of like what you see here. There's an all. So there'd be choose perks and you choose town, battle, building, adventure. I think that's the way we should do this. Yeah, fine. So add a choose building or like a build tab to the main menu. It should work like the other tabs do in that you click build for a certain amount of money. And then you're presented with options. Yeah. Okay. Well, we only have 2 of these things. Yeah, we only have 2 of these things, right? Town and battle perk. So town had an ability ID. Battle perk choice had a class and a list of perks. So we'll need to make a building perk choice. And it would just have a building ID, a new enumeration. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, and this is how adventurers would work too. The UI for this should be pretty much the same as for buildings. And that there's a new tab. We have a new challenge mode perk choice derived class. Yeah. All right. Like I said, these are the 2 main things for today. What's the time? Yeah, I feel like I'm flagging a little bit here. And I think it's just because of how much time I put in yesterday. I think we can get done with this stuff. But what I kind of wonder about is, should I just stream until these 2 things are done and then just stop? I kind of want to do that. And we could probably get this stuff done in 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, maybe it takes longer. Okay, well, let's get to it. So add the build tab. Let's go see how we do that. So this is in stab container. Actually, it's panels tab container, but I see stab container and I always search for that. So yeah, there's choose battle perk. We're going to duplicate this and we're going to call this choose, or we'll just call it build. Build. Buildings. Choose battle perks panel tab. Okay, so this will be the build panel tab. And let's put that there. Build panel tab. There we go. Maybe we call it the build tab. There. All right, now what is that? That title will get set later. This is build panel tab. It is a choose perks panel tab. It does need a perk choice tracker. So we need another thing that tracks building perks. Yep. Oh, but there's nothing to these classes. Interesting. building perk choice tracker. Okay. Not too shabby. And then this costs money. So when your money changes, I guess let's just go search for the choose town perks panel tab. We're just going to do whatever that thing did. Yeah. What did I just do? Update buy button enabled, save money, perk choice tracker cost next perk. Yeah, sounds good. Cool. So perk was chosen for this. We're just going to put a gd.print. You chose a really great perk. Good job. We're going to replace this at some point. I just put snarky text so it's easy to find later. Buy perk. This is, what is this? This is going to be, it compares money. And then it generates from, this doesn't do anything right now. Generates from perk choice tracker. I guess if we don't need anything special, we should just make it a perk choice tracker, right? Yeah. Yeah, why even bother making this other class that we're just not even going to use? Don't bother making a... Yeah, we don't need it. Battle perk choice generator. So we need a building perk choice generator. Make a building perk choice generator. All right, Oops. Let's go save that. Building choice generator. Yeah, I guess perk choice shouldn't be in the thing, huh? Well, what does it generate? It's generating actual perk choices, isn't it? It's got a tracker. Yes, it is. Okay, so never mind. I should put the word perk in here. Yeah. And then we should delete the old one that I made. Building choice generator, yeah. All right, so this is building. The rest of this is who knows what yet. Building, generate, perk choice tracker, capital, and modify money, presumably. Yep. Cannot convert. All right, nice. And then buy, I guess we'll just say build. And the cost is in money, not in sludge. So let's put that there. And replace this with build. And then fetch game constants. All right, there's a decent foundation. Now we need the tab to show up. So let's go find choose town perks tab. Actually, you know what might have been smarter is doing this alongside the adventurers changes, but it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another. We either do both now and then fill in the data individually, or we do one completely and then do the other one completely. Doesn't make a big difference. So where do we reference this thing? It must be from here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's make a build panel tab. Build panel tab. Build panel. Yeah. Then fetch that thing. Is it called build panel tab? It's just called build tab. Why am I making stupid names for things? Yeah, let's call it. What's this one? This doesn't even have tab in the name. Oh, it does. It was hidden. Okay, then never mind. That changes my mind. Yeah, we'll put the word panel in here. Why do you have new over tab container? Where are you seeing that? Because I can explain this. So new is shorthand in this case for whatever the constructor would have been. So probably tab controller. So this is the same as this, if you already know what the type of tab controller is. So it just saves some typing. So let's say you have some class like, I don't know, cat, tabby equals new. This is the same as this. Hey, Alfred. Welcome back. Wait, welcome back to me. Oh, from the break? Learned so much programming skills from your streams. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm happy to share this stuff. It keeps me on track. I think it's just beneficial for everybody. Okay, so now we got to go back to here. And yeah, so build panel tab, we have that. This needs to get a new title. What is this? Build? What? There's no tab for it? Oh, there's no tab for it. Build panel. And then get build panel tab title. Sure. Build panel. Can it type out the rest for me? Yes, it can. How nice. All right, what else do we need to do? Initialize it. This is the build perk choice tracker. And if it's challenge mode, we set this to hidden. And we don't have a build perk choice tracker. Oh, fun. And we need a listener for this, presumably. Yeah. Okay, so we need a build perk choice tracker, and we need this function to exist. Build panel. Okay, now we just fix all the errors, right? So we go make one of these. This doesn't exist. Did I not make this? Don't bother making it. We don't need it. Oh, well. Okay. Thanks, pass me. I get such a kick out of that stuff. Yeah, all right, nice. So now what? So this changes to, oh, this isn't needed at all. We're not gonna have that many buildings. Yeah, all of this needs to change. So if I try building this, there's 0% chance that this does what I want it to do, but it might build. All I want to see is, can we fix the build errors? Yeah. So yeah, there's no point in looking at anything else. And there are runtime errors anyway. Some reference is not set correctly. Panel tab container. Line 100. This doesn't exist. Oh yeah, I never set this. I am a smart cookie. There. Anything else we need to do here? No, that's it. All right, so again, we're just checking for errors. We're not checking for functionality because there's no way the functionality can work if I never coded it. But now there shouldn't be any errors, I hope. Yeah, so there are no errors. We should see the build tab. It does say build. It will probably take my money, but it won't do anything. It didn't even take my money. But yeah, this we're expecting here. It doesn't know what to do. So next up, we got to make the building generator. So generate choices is going to keep track of which choices we presented to you. So there's a town perk choice generator, and I think this is most similar to what we want. Oh, there's a perk choice tracker. Okay. With the screenshot of the hands too, as a fourth wall break to show the coding is. Yeah, also it's, yeah, I like the keyboard. Although people asked about this a long time ago, and even when I wasn't on a special keyboard, I think just to see what is it that I'm doing to navigate between things. And on a regular keyboard, you could maybe reverse engineer what keys I'm pressing. On this, it's much, much harder for people to tell. So I could show the shortcuts on screen or something. I used to do that. There was a program called, I don't remember what it was called. Yeah, I had some keyboard shortcut thing. Coding feet camp for a while, but no luck. I was looking up keyboards yesterday and I saw that someone made a foot keyboard and it had 5 keys on it. And I thought, do you have the dexterity with your feet to be able to press 5 keys individually? Like imagine if you want to press the second one from the right with your right foot. Can you do that without pressing the 5th key down as well? I think it's kind of a meme. Then again, what if you had, okay, I'm not going to sidetrack myself too much on this, but what if you had a, let's say this is your foot keyboard, right? You have one button here. Maybe you have one other button for all of your other toes. So this is your left foot, let's say. And then you have a heel button. You could probably do that. You could probably control 3 things with your foot. Maybe even like, maybe put a button over here and have it be like you roll your foot to the side. Or maybe I have flat feet, so I could roll it to the other side too. But people with arches couldn't do that. I guess you could make an arch button. Anyway, yeah, you could probably control 5 keys, but you wouldn't do it with your toes, I think. What size are the keys? They were like the size of your toes pretty much. So pretty small. No, I don't code with my feet. Some people do have foot pedals, especially speedrunners. Speedrunners, typically, if you're playing with a controller, you can't spare moving your hand away for even a second. So you press something with your foot to mark a time, typically. Okay, so we don't need to keep track of this, I guess. But I need there to somewhere be a building ID. I don't think we have that, do we? No, we don't. Well, we have adventure class. Can't we just save this in buildings somewhere? We don't have a buildings folder? Well, that's fun. We should probably just make a buildings folder then. I guess we typically put it in town. Is that why? Yeah, that's why. All right, I'm going to make a new folder and call it buildings inside of town. And then a new thing in here and call it building ID. And then make this be building ID. So what are the buildings you can build? They're these. Okay, so we want warehouse. These probably do need to have numbers set for all of them, right? Garbage slime, farm, pond, enchanter, treasure room. Yeah, looks good. Then we need to change this thing. This has a quick fix for it, I believe. Convert to fix, move, change. There. Cool. All right, so we get all the building IDs. Then we sampled 2 of them. And then we give you choices based on the building IDs. Select the building ID. And call generate. We don't need to do generate. What do we do over here for this? Get each ability. Check to make sure it's valid. We need to know if you've built this already at some point. Oh, drat. Hey, Raimu. Dare I even look up magic sock? Oh, hey, that's actually more wholesome than I thought. It's just a bunch of cool looking socks. I'm not showing this on stream. So what's going to track this? Does this know enough for you to be able to get this? Yeah, I guess we need to look through all the choices you've had in the tracker already. And they're going to be building perk choices. We don't have that. We don't have that. Let's go make it building perk choice. And this is just going to take in the building ID. And then we're just going to save that. Why did that not work? That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now the building name and whatever else. Don't we have this saved somewhere? I think it's in like sign data or something. There's like a build, there's a warehouse sign, for example. Yeah, build warehouse. Warehouse allows you to store items. I need to move these from somewhere else. Well, let's not worry about that for right now. I'll just put that as a to-do item for later. Reuse the description, the titles / descriptions from the signs for each building. All right, so building name. How about we just do cool building for now? Title is just formatted of that name. And then the description will go here. Description. This is a really cool building. It probably does something. Okay, that's good enough for now. So now we need to make building perk choices from our building perk generator. And they can't be buildings that you've already had so far. So this would just be all building IDs. We don't need to sample this. And I guess it's just a list or an IEnumerable. It doesn't really matter. We could actually even make it a hash set. I don't totally know what I want to do there yet. So now we want to get all the ones you haven't built. So now list building ID, available building IDs. So go through each one, and if the perk choice tracker contains it, perk choices. Wait. That's not good. Oh no, it doesn't have a history of which ones you've chosen. It just has the ones that you've deferred. So nothing knows what you've built. So we need to. Ugh. All right, fine. Yeah, fine. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Private, static, bool, has built, building. Build, town, building ID. Okay, so what do we do? I'm just going to make a giant if else chain for right now. Or a switch, I guess. Building ID, case. Building ID dot warehouse. Return town dot warehouse. Is there really an is built here? No. How do you tell if the warehouse is built? Is it its existence? Yeah, it's its existence. Town dot warehouse is not null. Has built is probably less useful than can build. Can build building. So it's null, then you can build it. So there's that. Now we need this for everything else. So the garbage slime, town dot recycler is null. The farm, the pond, the enchanter, and the treasure room. Okay. Use switch expression. Sure. It's just going to cut down the number of lines. All right. So now what? The town doesn't have access to a pond. How do you call create pond? Oh, it's just called fishing pond, not pond. Fishing pond. And what is this? Enchanter den? Okay. There we have it. All right. So available buildings. Take all the buildings and return the one. Return can build building. And I don't care about any of the other things there. There. And then the choices that we offer to you are going to be 2 of these randomly. And this is available building IDs. And we're going to select, we're going to make a new perk out of this. Building perk choice. Choice. Can we just return a new one of these? Return new. And what does this contain? The building ID? Easy. We do need to handle what happens when you've already built everything. When you've built everything, hide the tab or the button or show special text or something. I don't know. We need to handle that though. Use red and blue pedals to play Nintendo, but that was not programming. Did they make pedals at some point? Nintendo driving pedals? Mario Kart steering wheel. I think pedals were always third party. Huh. I think any sort of alternate input for a game, it's always kind of tough to make sure that you have enough hardware out there. Like I remember Zelda Four Swords on GameCube specifically. I think it was only on GameCube, maybe. Yeah, so this is a really cool idea in that you could play Zelda with all your friends, but they all needed a Game Boy Advance with a connector for it. And I don't know if they needed the game. Why don't they show this Game Boy Advance? Yeah, this sort of thing. There was like a connector you'd plug into the Game Boy and then plug that into your GameCube. And a lot of people had a GameCube and a lot of people had a Game Boy Advance, but not a lot of them had this connector. But it was a cool idea. Nowadays, you do that sort of thing with your phone, I guess. Because there are games where you play on a TV and you all just use your phones. All right, I think this is looking good. So we have a generate choices. We don't need this. We don't need this. Okay. I'm gonna assume that this is working. Let's try it. If it is working, we're gonna click build. It's gonna take our money, and then it's gonna show us 2 cool buildings. Oh, nice. Yeah, that did work. All right, so cool building. This is a really cool building. It probably does something. So if we choose this, did it? Yeah, it says you chose a really great perk. All right, so we need the building ID. Building ID, building ID equals that. And then we just need to build the right thing. Yeah. So switch building ID case warehouse. Yeah, it should just be able to fill in this whole function for me. Some of these take booleans, which it's not aware of. And then the default case, cool. Okay, so now what? This takes in a fade in. So it definitely should fade in. Recycler doesn't take that in. Farm should fade in, should be true. Fishing pond, yep. I guess this knows where these things should be. No, it doesn't. It's just guessing. Yeah, this one should have a true here. All right, I think we've done it. This actually wasn't bad at all. This is why I'm so glad I did some code design before this stuff and I didn't just start barreling forward. I think it saved me a lot of time. All right, so let's try it out. Build. So one of these is is a building I don't have. So we're just gonna click build and see what happens. Yeah, it made the warehouse. And now we're gonna try that again. And it made the treasure room. We're gonna try it again. Oops, wrong one. And it made the, oh no, it made the, oh no. If you build the pond when you don't have the farm, it builds the farm. And we don't build key storage either. Oh God. Oh, that's not good. Town.create key storage. Does this take in a boolean? No. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Make sure you can build the pond without the farm. I have that written down already. All right, well, let's go customize the names of these things. So where's the cool building? Yeah, this. So the building name and description, string building name. We're going to code this stupidly for right now. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted. Warehouse, a place to store your goods. Yeah, I don't even care what these things say. They could be wrong for all I care. It doesn't matter. Guess we're not going to do anything about that right now. To do use the strings from the signs, the signpost. Enchant items for better effects. That's not what that does. But like I said, it doesn't really matter. All right, so now we should see the actual building stuff here. Yeah, farm, grow crops, warehouse, places to store your goods, and they should actually work. So when I click the warehouse one, it should build the warehouse. Yep. I click the enchanter den, it should build right there. Yep. Oh, that just immediately appeared though. Oh, this has to be like through signposts. Okay. When you build through the perk choices, it should create smoke as though you built through the sign. Yeah. Well, whatever. All right, treasure room is up next. It should build here and here. Good. Next, it's garbage slime. We got them. Next is the, we have to build the farm first. And then the final thing, we should only be offered one choice. It's a fishing pond. And there's the fishing pond. And now we click build and nothing happens. But it does take our money. So that we got to fix. But yeah, it's letting us build everything now. This is pretty cool. This is a feature I wanted to make. So this is done. This is done. This stuff is not done. Make sure perks don't show for the building you just built. Is that happening? Yeah, nice. All right, yeah. All right, let's check this in. So we added a new tab. We have a way of generating choices here. There's a lot of switch cases I don't really like, but for now that's fine, I suppose. Oh, that's got to be a problem, right? Our sludge is 0, but we tried setting it to 99999. Because we don't have a chef slime. Oh no. Oh no. It's not really a problem. I guess that just means we're moving this now. Did I write about this somewhere? I'll just write this in the to-do list at the bottom. See what we did about sludge. It's stored in the chef slime, which means if you try increasing it without having the farm or the pond, it won't do anything. Oh, you know what we could do? We could start you with the chef slime. We could just start you with the chef slime, even though there's nothing to cook. That way you have wisdom sludge. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that for right now, though. Doesn't matter. Okay, what else do we have to do? Perk choice tracker looks good. Yep, looks good. Cool. Yep. Nothing unusual so far. Yeah, nice. This is pretty straightforward. So allow building things. There are still some rough edges here that I'll address in future commits. Okay. Make sure you can build the pond without the farm. Okay, so how about this? Let's go to the building generator and let's always have it present the pond to you. So we'll just say choices.add pond. There. So now no matter what, you can choose it. And if I were to do it right now, it would build the farm as well. We need to stop that from happening. It's easy enough to just not build the farm. The problem is I think we assume that the farm exists. That assumption is going to be harder to address. So I click build. The third one's always going to be the pond. We build it. It builds the farm. Yeah, so we got to stop that from happening. I don't like this at all. Create pond. Or what is it? Create fishing pond? Yeah, create fishing pond. So if it's in debug, then also create the farm. It's only possible to build the fishing pond before the farm on debug builds, but that leads to lots of weird errors. Oh, God. Oh, God. Got a fun meeting to attend. All right, good luck with your fun meeting. Thank you for the good luck on my coding. All right, so we have two potential solutions here. Option one is don't allow getting the pond without getting the farm first. And option two is allow getting the pond without the farm. And fix any errors that pop up. Option one is definitely easier. But what does it mean for gameplay here? So is it fun to get the pond without the farm? I think that's the question. And yeah, I guess it opens up some different builds for you maybe. Because then you'll need more adventurers. Whereas with the farm, you need more workers. Yeah, I think option two is better for the game. we should do option 2 then. There shouldn't be any other thought. It's just what's best for the game. Although there, I guess, is another question of what's best for the game for right now, and then what's best in like a week or two. Because we could defer this work. Well, how about this? Let's try tackling option 2 and see what happens. So yeah, what if we just didn't do this? I wonder what breaks. Does the fishing pond reference the farm? It doesn't. But we need the extractor to get created, and that's only ever done here. Create extractor. If extractor is not null, return. So the fishing pond can just create the extractor. Does the extractor refer to the farm? It does. Oh, God. Why? Why you do this? I know why. I know why I did it. I just kind of hate this. Okay, so let's make the extractor. And now the extractor can't refer to the farm unless it's doing so with a nullable reference to it. Yeah, so we just set farm like that. And now everywhere that we refer to it, we need to potentially change. So this turns into a question mark, num empty plots, otherwise 0. Maybe it's not going to be that hard. Yeah, so now this is nullable. Maybe that shouldn't even be there. Maybe there should be a set fishing or a set farm, like there's a set fishing pond. What does this do? Unlocked fishing pond set. Then set it and then listen. Do we ever listen for the farm? No. Maybe that's not a problem then. Maybe every... Oh, yes, we do right there. Oh, I typed farm plus equal. Okay, yeah. Yes, okay, we do need to do that then. All right, fine. Well, unlocked farm, set farm. And then just don't even pass in the farm here. And delete that and get rid of that. Oh boy. All right. So copy all this over to here. If the farm is not null, set the farm. And then there we go. Anywhere else? Looks good, looks bad. If empty plots question mark 0. Is this by default that that's what's going to happen? No, it's null otherwise. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's not fine. Update seed count. Is this done? Yeah, it's done no matter what. All right, so then we just need to look at what we do for update fish count and set that to null. Update seed count. Or not set it to null. Check if it's null. Arm. And that's it. All right, that actually wasn't too bad. Now we just need to fix the constructor over here, taking in the farm, because it doesn't do that anymore. And in this particular case, we need to build the extractor first. Yeah. So create farm does this at the beginning. Create extractor. Done. And then the same thing for the fishing pond. Create extractor goes up there. All right, this wasn't too bad. Let's try it. Let's see if it actually works. Before I say this wasn't too bad. All right, so let's go back to a normal game. We're not in challenge mode. So the signs are going to show up for the pond and for the farm. If we build the pond, it'll just build the pond and the extractor. And now if we put in items, we'll get fish and it won't break. Yeah, although we need to put in like 17 of these. So how about, oh wait, now you can't upgrade the extractor. But that's okay because that's for the base game and that would never be possible. Mystical Cell, thank you for the resub. What streams are you watching today? Can we get more valuable potions over here so I can not take the rest of my life dragging potions? 2. We need, I think, 1 more? Yeah, now we have 3 fish. Oh, I don't see the 3rd one. Oh, there they are. All right. It looks like it's working. Wow. All right, now we build the farm. And now we put a potion in here. Whoop, they all disappeared. Now we put a potion in here and it should plant seeds. Good. Okay, now let's do it in the opposite direction. Just yours today. Ooh, I feel special. I hope you're having a good day so far. I don't know if Wednesday today is a work day for you or not. This would have always worked, right? Yeah, it still looks like it's working. Wow, cool. All right. That was not too bad. Yeah, wow, not too bad at all. So delete this. And all of this is now nullable. I should review that code a little more closely. Well, this code should be very easy to look at. Yeah, we just moved where create extractor is. Don't allow you to build it twice and don't construct with the farm. Yeah, so that one's easy. That's all great. Let's look at this more closely now. So that line of code is perfect. This one, if you don't have the farm, you can't put any seeds down. That's fine. When you unlock the farm, we finally do this. That's fine. We check its number of empty plots. Good. We set this, which listens for the event that we were listening to before. Set farm should not be callable twice. And loading from a save file should work. I did not technically test that, so we need to test that out. It is a work day. I have about an hour until I have to get ready. Oh, man. But how are things going at work? I know you said you were doing well. I hope work is also going well. Man. I had this like weird feeling, like a feeling of connection now. I've always felt like there are some people who watch the stream who are, I don't know, probably not like coders or aren't doing it as a profession, and that I never would have talked to or met if it weren't for the stream. And then there are a bunch of people I met in real life now through the stream who, yeah, sure, they might have been coders or not, but they just happen to be in an area that I was in at the same time. And it's neat. It's a very modern thing to meet someone on the internet and not have to be a total weirdo. And anyway, that's the random feeling I had that just caused me to pause for a bit. I've probably explained it very poorly. Let's go try saving and loading this thing. It should work on a normal save file. I guess I technically need to test both scenarios, building the pond first and building the farm first. So if we build the pond first, oh, I'm in the wrong mode. New game. Build this, save, load. We just have the farm, or the pond, I mean, and we can put items in it. That should have given me the last fish, right? Yep. Okay, that looks like it worked. Let's try this again, but with the farm first. Save and load. Yep. Looks like it's working. Yeah, looks like it's working. Cool. Allow building the pond without the farm. In the base game, this wasn't even possible for players to do. Now that we're working on challenge mode, it's possible that that you choose the pond before the farm. You may never have even been offered the farm. 86 in items, and now we have to give out free items until we get it back. Long story. Wait, is this for the restaurant business? Because in the context of that doesn't make sense to me, which makes me think this is about something else. Okay, this looks good. Regardless, I'm sorry to hear about that. Oh, by the way, I don't know why this just came up in my head right now, but another person, Lord of Loot, made a video about Skeleseller on YouTube. And if anyone in chat has not seen a Skeleseller video before, I highly recommend watching it. This person is an influencer I reached out to. They're sort of on the small scale, but I wanted to try to give them some views and maybe some likes on their video and hopefully spread the word about it. So if you are interested in watching a Skeleseller video, this is for everybody in chat, then do take a look at that one. Or just keep it open and have it muted and play it at 2x speed or something. You know, Get some engagement on their video, basically. Make sure you can build the pond. Cool. All right, so the cost should rise each time. This I haven't been doing. Yeah, let's just put that in the balance section for this stuff. I don't want to do that now. Where's the balance section? Change sludge cost to align with this. Make sure perk, adventurer, building costs increase every time you get any of them. Same with sludge and battle perks. Okay, so what's next? When you built everything, hide the tab or the button or show special text. Okay, so hiding things when you're done is sometimes confusing for people. I'm in regular mode. It's sometimes confusing for people because they're like, where did that button go? Without realizing they've gotten everything. I think if we were to just disable this button and say like, you've built everything, I think that would probably be best. So how do we do that? I guess in here, instead of changing this, we could just say if you've unlocked it all. There's no way to tell if you've unlocked it all though, is there? There isn't. It's about the restaurant. Every entree we sell, we give garlic breadsticks for free. Add 86 them and have to replace them with other items. Ah, I see. Why did you have to 86 garlic breadsticks? That seems like something that is it a temporary thing? Or was it a cost thing or something? So yeah, in order to know that you've already built everything, this needs to keep track. And it's going to have to do so when you load from a save file too, which I'll need to write down in the save thing we have here. Make sure loading from a save file when you've built every building doesn't show anymore, or like shows the correct special state. How do we know? I mean, the generator could tell us. How often does this get called? This is like every single time your money changes. Update from perk choices. Interesting. Okay. So we could track somewhere how many buildings you've built, and when it's equal to 6, we know that you've built them all. Alternatively, we could just check. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways we can do this. We could just check through can build building. Do we have the town here? We do. Yeah, okay. Let's do that, I suppose. So maybe this generator should just have a public function for get available building IDs. Public static list building ID get available building IDs town. Yeah, that was easy. Okay. And look at that. It simplified that function and probably that too. Yeah, nice. Corporate told us that it didn't fit our company standards and to stop selling them immediately. Wow, strange. Very strange. To me, garlic breadsticks are just like a common staple to have, especially at an Italian restaurant or something like that. Huh. Wonder about the standards thing. Anyway, yeah. I'm surprised corporate didn't like absorb the cost of that decision as well. Generate choices, get available building IDs. Okay, so we want to do this from over here for now. So if building perk choice generator, get available built buildings, we can just say no more buildings available. But then we also would need to disable this button, which we can't do because I never made this protected. I think we should just make this protected. I don't know why I did this way. Buy perk button. Get private set. And then put this down here. The company we got the bread from is refunding us. Wow. Yeah, weird. I never thought about this stuff. right, so setting the text here. Why is this done exactly? Can't we just call update get buy button? Update buy button. We pass in a cost, but even that's not, there's no purpose in doing that. It's so weird. I don't know why I did that. Well, whatever. Let's go update this everywhere then. Same thing here. Just get rid of that. And get rid of this and change this. And that. Override this method to update the buy button. So now 3 things have to change. This one's one of them. This is void. This isn't taking a cost. This sets a cost here. We could just do it like that. It doesn't need to return anything. You can just set the text. So string text equals, you don't need to do that. Text equals else. And then set it. Okay, so one function successfully updated. Oh, and then disable it, right? Yeah. Now we need to do that for 2 other places. Let's just press F5 and it'll tell us what the other places are. Yeah, there are the 2 places. There's one of them. This is void. This doesn't take this in. This is going to be set this to that. Cool. That was easy. And presumably it can do the exact same changes here. I wonder if it can just change everything for me. It doesn't seem to know, but now it should. Yeah. No, it didn't know how to do that either. Weird, because I made this exact same change before. Buy perk button dot text equals. Yeah, there. Huh. Battle perks, this should have been sludge. Yep. Town perks, it should have been money. Yeah. Okay. So it says build for 50G, buy for 50 sludge, buy for 50G. Okay, so we do this. It gives us a bunch of choices. When we have all of the choices, so 3, 4, 5, and now 6, now it says no more buildings available. Great. Great. Yep, that's exactly what we wanted to do. When you built everything, hide the tab or show special text. Okay, so disable build button after unlocking all buildings. Now let's look at the code. This got a lot simpler. I like it. This is pretty straightforward. We changed the structure of this. Is there anywhere else that we're using the buy? Oh, what's that? I don't like that at all. What is that doing? Choose perks panel tab. Why do you exist? This is dumb. This is definitely dumb. Okay, let's change that. Hang on a second. Okay, I think we got a delivery. I should probably go grab this. I don't know what it is. I'll be right back. Delivery. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, so this. So what we need to do is set the disabled state of the button. So buy perk button dot disabled equals. Wait, was this is setting it to disabled is not enabled. So this is the opposite of what we want. We're gonna say if money is less than this. Why does it look like there's something broken here? I don't see any problem. Sure. So then that function has no reason to exist anymore. Yeah. And let's just find the other two errors. Okay, let's make the change. So this is set this equal to that. That looks good. And then the next one is over here. And we're going to make the same change we just did. By perk button. Great. I think we're good. We are cruising right along. So did that fix everything? This should be disabled by default because we don't have enough sludge. I'm actually kind of surprised that that happens that way. Huh. Why is that the case? Oh, because it's only when your sludge changes. And it's not when we initialize this thing. So maybe we disable it at first. Or maybe we just call this function. Yeah, let's just set this to true. Wait a second. Why would we even do that? Why don't we just set it to false in the parent class? Yeah, this. By perk button dot disabled equals true. I think it'll work. Because there's no way to set your money without calling that event. So now in the town tab, it'll be enabled because I have 50 gold. Here it'll be disabled. Here it'll be enabled. And as soon as I build this, it'll be disabled in the town tab. Yeah. And now it'll be disabled here too. Perfect. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. We fixed a lot. Disable build button, or like disable buttons better properly. By perk button is now protected, so we don't need the parent class to manage everything. The parent class will make the button disabled by default, so that if you don't start with sludge, it won't look like you can get a battle perk. Anything else? Oh yeah. And then when you've built all buildings, the buy button is now disabled. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, in reviewing this, I recall now that there was one other thing that I wanted to do. Oh man, it was to find out, is this being used anywhere else that doesn't make sense? Just its visibility. No, I don't think that's a problem. Okay. When you build through the perk choices, it should create smoke. This is the polish thing for later. I don't really care about this. Polish stuff. No need to do this now if we don't want. Yeah, I think playtesters aren't going to care if there's smoke or not. But real players will. So yeah, let's just remove that for now. And then reuse the titles and descriptions from the signs for each building. Bricklaying. I just got to remember that it's bricklaying. This is not a fun task. It's not going to be interesting. Not going to enrich our lives in any way, but we have to do it. So let's go look at warehouse sign. So here's what we're going to do. And this is why this is annoying, because we have to do this 6 times. We're going to localize all these strings, and we're going to reuse that localized stuff from the other file. What does that other file have in it? If I just click build, we can find it pretty quickly, because these are all made up. Catch fish. Catch fish. I don't even think the words catch and fish show up next to each other. Oh no, it does. Huh. Okay. Well, anyway, all these need to be changed. So let's start with the warehouse. If I type localize, we get all this stuff. Then I put this up here. And we make We make 8 strings. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we make 8 strings. Hey, Turbo Dave. All right, fine. Build warehouse. Build warehouse. This is private. I want to make this public. Which I think this can remain private. Why is this yellow now? Do not nest type messages. Change its accessibility so it's not externally visible. I did this somewhere else. Class messages. Let's just search for all of these. These are all private. I guess everyone that's private we can just delete. There. Now where does the word messages show up? Internal. Okay, that's what we have to do. Internal. Internal. Okay. Yeah, so we got to convert all of those. So build warehouse. This is the warehouse name, which is warehouse. Then what else? The description allows you to store items without them disappearing. Also causes items to spawn in the warehouse if there's space as opposed to on the ground. Cool. Upgrade warehouse allows you to store delta more items in your warehouse. And warehouse storage, what is that? Buildings menu button text. Upgrade menu text. Yeah, sure. Okay, so now we use all of these. So this is going to be messages.get build warehouse. Then messages.get warehouse name. No, whatever. This thing knows what I want to do, right? And that's not right. This should be warehouse name again. All right, then we have upgrade warehouse name, upgrade description, upgrade menu text. Yeah, that all looks good. And then this just needs the delta to be provided. Delta colon was here just before. What was it? Game constants dot num warehouse displays per level. Game constants dot num warehouse displays per level. Okay, that's it. So yeah, we just got to do this another 5 times. All right, so now over here, instead of this stuff, what we can do is we can have this be warehouse sign.messages.get warehouse name. And then this is the description. Yeah. Okay, so let's try doing this. So now that text is going to look like if you had built it through the signpost, and we need to make sure that the signpost looks good and that the buildings menu looks good. And then we just repeat that for everything. So let's start with the first one of those, which is click build and hope we get the warehouse. Nope. Nope. There it is. Warehouse allows you to store items without them disappearing. Also causes items to spawn in the warehouse if there's space. Yeah, cool. So that looks good. And there's the warehouse. Now if we go into normal mode, the signs should be much easier to look at because they're right there. So it allows you to build, blah, blah, blah. Yep, looks good. And then over here, the same thing should show. Perfect. So we click build, and now it shows warehouse storage, and clicking this says some different stuff. Cool. Yeah, nice. That's exactly what I want. Okay, let's go do that another 5 times. Yeah, let's go with the garbage slime now. Recycler sign. Oh, this one can't be upgraded, so this is easier. Yeah, so localize. Good. Then make this internal. Oh, wait a second. That was build warehouse. Yeah, that's the action. So what is this actually called? Label above sign. Buildings menu text. These are different. This says summon and this doesn't say summon. Wait a sec. What did this used to say in here? Build warehouse something warehouse. Because, okay. Anyway, it dictates what's in the build menu, and I didn't know if we, I guess we don't put the verb there, which is fine. So label above sign, build warehouse. I guess I'll say build recycler. And that's going to be summon garbage slime. Then we have one for the name. And then we have the description, which is eats items in exchange for gold. Let me just put these things up here. Get build, get name, get description, get name. Cool. All right, let me do the same thing over here. Get name, I guess. And get description. Yeah. All right, this is probably correct for all of this stuff, but let's do it one at a time and let's verify as we go. So this is for the garbage slime now. We need to test in all these scenarios. Maybe I shouldn't do it one at a time. Maybe this is a waste. Eats items in exchange for gold. Okay, looks good. Let's go test over here too. Yep. And yep. Let's take a picture of this. Some good bricklaying going on today, yeah. Yeah, this is like a brain dead task. This is super easy. The other stuff we've been working on has been more mentally involved, and I'm pretty happy with the progress so far. We're pretty much done with allowing you to build buildings. It's just I made up some text for this that I now need to standardize. But we could just ignore this and manually type it and move on with our lives. I want to be careful about how much of that sort of tech debt I'm adding. It's not even tech debt. It's like localization debt. It'll need to be done at some point. I guess it's better to mix in a boring task now than it is to do like 14 of them in a row later. So next up is the farm. So let's go to the farm sign. This one also can't be upgraded, so it should be pretty simple. In fact, can't we just copy paste all of this? Not that. This. Copy and paste. And copy. That's not right. It's these two that I want. And then this needs to be a, whoops, that's not even the right class. That's why I shouldn't be copy pasting things. So I'm not paying attention. There we go. Oh, and that means I put these in the wrong spot too. Yep. Okay, so this is going to be build farm, farm name, farm description. Allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. Yeah, nice. And then just replace all these things. Nice. And then use it over here. Farm name and description. Administrative debt. Feels so good when you run into it later and see it done cleanly already. Yeah. Well, I won't run into it later. That's the thing. I'll just be like, oh, that was done before, and then never touch this code again. But still valuable to have done. Plus, it shouldn't take that long to do these. We're making good progress. So this is the pond stuff. So build fishing pond. Fishing pond allows you to catch fish that can level up your adventurers. Yeah, looks good. And now just plug all these things in. There. All right, so what do we have to test? We have to test the farm, pond. Yeah, we're doing them in this order, I guess. So next up is the enchanter. Enchanter sign. Okay. This should have automatically, yep, it did. Oops, what am I doing? So can it just fix this stuff for me? Build enchanter, nice. So build enchanter's den allows you to cast spells to increase the efficiency of your town. and then plug all those in. Easy peasy. So now we have just one more, and it's the treasure room. And the treasure room is a little bit harder. So in the base game, the treasure room is separate from the key storage. In challenge mode, they're built as one because neither is really useful without the other one. So there is no sign to manage this stuff. So maybe we do just plug this in directly. Treasure room and key storage. Oh, wait, let's do that. Treasure room and key storage. That means we need the description of both of these. Allows you to find and open treasure chests. And also allows you to grind weapons into keys. I think that's fine. All right, let's go try them all out. I'll leave these as hard-coded strings for now. That's okay. All right, so go over to here. Anything that we read should be good. So the Enchanter's Den allows you to cast spells to increase the efficiency of your town. We need to look at the pond. Farm allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. Eats items in exchange for gold. Allows you to catch fish that can level up your adventurers. Allows you to find and open treasure chests, and also allows you to grind weapons into keys. Yep, and then the last thing here. Allows you to store items without them disappearing. Also causes items to spawn in the warehouse if there's space. All right, nice. I'm not looking through this all again. Oh, wait. Oh. That's the rest of this. Drat. All right. Which ones did we do? Farm, pond, enchanter. Those are the only ones I changed. Farm, pond, and enchanter. So farm is there. Looks good. Fishing pond is there. Looks good. And then enchanter is there. Yep. And then those same things should show here. Yep. Yep. And enchanter. Wait a second. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's probably fine. Oh, hovering over the sign shows you something else that I was not reading that whole time. But I think that's all fine. Upgrade warehouse. Is an upgrade shop a thing? Add items, please. Yeah, okay. I think we're fine. Reuse sign text where possible. I localized these where I reuse them. When I say I localize, I mean I set up for localization. I clearly only typed English this whole time. All right, allow for building buildings. Done. That wasn't too bad. So next up is allow for hiring adventurers. Should I take a break? There's an ad starting in 20 seconds. So yeah, I think now's a good time to take a break. And then we'll do this. And I'd say that'd be a good place to stop. But let's see if I'm feeling like I have more energy. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. So just so you know, something like J90 is jumping directly to the right. You probably want something like 45, where you jump at an angle, or like 30 or something. Oh, you probably know about that. Okay. Yeah. All right, close the game. Oh, I guess you played 2 games. Close the game. Why is my computer not listening? There we go. All right, allow for hiring adventurers. Yeah, let's get through this. So we just did this once. It shouldn't be that bad to do again, right? Hire panel tab. And then we need a new script for that. Hire panel tab. Let's rename this as long as we're doing this. Then let's give this the right script. JPy. If only. If only. It'd be kind of funny to make everyone type it in radians. Well, at that point, you just write a little converter tool. All right, so we're following all the same things we followed here, which is we make building perk choice. Building perk choice. Yeah, so we'll make adventurer perk choice. Disable the button. Consider whether this should still show from the town menu. Maybe it should. Yeah, I don't know what we want to do for that. So an adventurer perk choice just takes an adventurer class. And yeah, I guess that goes there and that goes there. Get description. This should be simple enough to do. We get adventurer data. All adventurer data.get. And then we use the display name and the description. I don't even know where the description is. Hire description. That's easy. All right, that was pretty simple. Okay, that's the easy part though. Now we need to go add the hire panel. Build panel tab. It's here. So this would be the hire panel tab. Hire panel. do that and that and that. Then we need a new tab ID for hiring, hire panel. It should just know how to change this, yeah. This will be hire. Oh, gotta change that too. Okay. And then hide that unless we're in challenge mode. Okay, so now we have the panel and we have to make these things work correctly. So this is based on money, that's fine. Perk was chosen. This is going to need to hire the adventurer. Adventurer class equals adventurer perk choice. And then we don't need a giant switch here. We can just do town.add adventurer and we pass in the class and then entity save data. Good. Buying a perk, generate choices. So this is building perk choice generator. We need adventurer perk choice generator. Adventurer. Then we use that from here. And update buy button. So this is if you have all of the adventurers, then if town.get adventurers, is there like a num adventurers? No, there isn't. I guess we can just do get adventurers dot count is equal to get valid value adventurer class dot count. That might work. Why are these things getting highlighted? No overload takes 0 arguments. What? Oh, because it's a link thing? Yeah. No more adventurers available. Done. Otherwise, hire. And reload this whole thing. Yeah, this is moving along very smoothly. Okay. Now we don't need this stuff. No, wait. We probably do need system. We just need buildings. All right, so the generator generating choices. This should be pretty easy, right? How many did we say we wanted to show? 2 or 3? Yeah, I never actually figured out what number we want for that. 2 or 3. I guess it doesn't matter. You have 10 adventurers. I think being able to only choose between 2 is probably good to start with. So if you could choose 3, then you're pretty much always going to see a bunch of different roles. Yeah, I think we'll start with 2. So we need to know which adventurers you can get. So we start with, did I write this function already? Isn't there like an adventurer function thing? Get next classes to offer. This is kind of like what I'd want, but not exactly. Yeah, I'll just write my own thing in here. All right, so get all the ones that are there by default. We could do this like this. This is going to be a list of adventurer class. So this is all adventurers, all classes. And then we want to remove all the ones you already have. So return all classes dot where. I guess let's get a hash set of hired classes. Select adventure component dot get adventure class. Do hash set. Yeah, so now return all the ones where you haven't hired them. There. Then we change this stuff. Adventurer class. Available classes. Get. Then the choices that we offer you are just 2 random ones. Adventure class, new adventure perk choice. Do we have this thing already? Did I add this? I did. That's nice. And then set them. Cool. All right. That was not bad. We might have coded the whole thing. I'm not actually sure. Maybe we're missing something. So there's the higher tab. It says buy perk, which is wrong. Why does it say buy perk? It should say higher. Update buy buttons ever called? Wait a second. Does that mean the other tabs are wrong too, though? No. Something must not be updating this then. Oh, yeah, I remember what. Where is that code? Town menu dot building something, or menu dot building. This, yeah, right here. I just lost it. Got it. All right, so this is the higher, no, adventurer perk choice tracker. We didn't even have one of these. Yeah, we don't have one of these. All right, well, this needs to update that. Does it know what I want to? It doesn't know. Adventures panel update. There is no update from perk choices? What? Oh, there's already something called the adventurers panel. Oh, it's called the higher panel. Oh. Okay, and then town menu needs one of these. I guess we should call this. I don't know what we should call it. All right, that might work now. Now I do want to show icons and stuff eventually. We're not going to worry about that yet. So I click higher. This is still broken. Hmm. Town perk panel tab. We say buy perk and we update this button when? Whenever your money changes? No, just when perk choices change. And we don't call this anywhere else? That seems like a mistake. That definitely seems like a mistake. But then how is this working? If I put a breakpoint here and I just go into challenge mode, does it get hit? It does. Why? Because update from perk choices is called. Because we call this in init. So what, is that not doing the right thing for the higher tab? Base.init. Confused. Yeah, it should be getting called. Maybe I messed this up. I don't know how I would have messed this up though. Let's go back into challenge mode. This is the town one. I don't care about that. Yeah, the higher one's never being called. What did I do? Did I might have used the wrong type somewhere. Did I? Oh, I never initialized it. Oh, that's why. I don't even know where you do that. Yeah, all I know is that I didn't do it. Maybe menu does it. Wait, there's no init for this. There's an init for something somewhere. So let's just search for battle.star init. Oh, I'm gonna find it. Aha, here it is. Yeah. Did I call this twice? Did I even change this? I didn't even change this. Hey, Brutarius, how you doing? All right, that fixes it. Okay, now I think the feature will work. Yep, that is good. It is now being called. So what do we see in here? I click higher, and we see two different things. Yeah, nice. So if I pick the spirit caller, do we actually get the spirit caller? Yeah, nice, we do. All right, let's keep trying it. We should just be able to build up our whole team like this. Rogue, We should never be offered the same thing that we already have. Yeah, so far so good. And now we're down to just one option, the Paladin, and now it says no more adventurers available. And we have our 10 adventurers. Wow, look at that. All right. Hope to catch you later on that crazy work schedule. Yeah, take care, Mystical Cell. Hope you have a good work day. I'll probably stop. So for me right now, it is about noon. I'll probably stop streaming in the next like couple hours, maybe, and then not come back to stream in the afternoon again. But I'm not certain about that yet. It all depends on how this goes. But I should be online tomorrow morning. Okay, so now we have a way of doing this. Let's go check that in. The UI for this should pretty much be the same as for buildings. This is done. We're presenting 2 at a time. I think that's fine. You almost certainly need to show how many perks you've gotten. Yeah, this is going to be tough. This is done. Whether hire adventurer should still show from the town menu. Does it show from the town menu? Because it probably should not. It does. Oh, wait, the guild shouldn't even be clickable. Oh, geez. What am I doing? Regardless of whether it does, the guildmaster needs to change from showing you choices to opening the hire dialogue. Maybe he can have special text for that. Yeah, this is really bad. You should not be able to hire someone here. Also, it's for cheaper than you should normally be able to get them. Although, if you hire through this, does the price go up over here? Yeah, now it's 90. Okay. Yeah, so there are some puzzles to solve here. Let's check in what I've done so far, because we made some good progress. Yeah. This is looking good. I don't see anything controversial here. Yeah. Are they modals or can you keep both open? They are, though this isn't going to exist if that's what you're talking about. Imagine that this is gone. The only way you're going to be able to do things in challenge mode are through these tabs. So if you have the resources to do something, you'll be offered an option that you could go and do something else and then come back, and the option's still going to be there. And you could do that for all of these. So like I can click build building, I can click hire. So now all of these options are still there. They're not going to change. And at my leisure, I can choose which one I want. The reason I did things this way is because for a building, you probably don't need to look into too much. But even for town perks, you might be like, oh, is customer speed good? Let me look at my town. How fast are customers moving? Like, am I even stocked up on items? And then when you get the answers to those questions, then you can come back here and choose this. So yeah, I think this is a good way of representing this stuff. And for a game of this style, it's very important. If you think about the other roguelike games you've played, actually, just you think about the other games you've played in general, and this goes for kind of anybody, most are just manually played games. Like you control a character or many characters, and if you weren't to input any buttons, they just wouldn't do anything. And it drastically changes how a game functions when you're indirectly controlling stuff. All right, so this is all looking good. Allow for hiring adventurers. This is a new tab, just like the buildings one. There are still some other, or I guess like the hire adventurer and guildmaster dialogues still show. So those need to be changed. All right. So UI question. We have these tabs. And we can consolidate these all into one Uber tab at the top and then put sub tabs down at the bottom. And I think that's what would make the most sense. But anyway, we have all these tabs. Should there be a button in the main menu for all of those individual tabs? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I wonder if we should remove adventurers and remove perks. Just leave them as tabs here. Because you don't need to perform an action here now. It used to be you'd have to pick skill points. You choose when you level up. That's not possible anymore. So I guess I'll write this down for some polished stuff. Like clean up the town menu. We probably don't need to show adventurers. Maybe we do. Even if you don't take an action there, it's still maybe helpful. Probably want each choose X. Yeah, we probably want like build, hire, choose town perk, and choose battle perk to all be buttons that get highlighted green appropriately. Where are you going to read data about your adventures? Hey, Luca. What do you mean? Oh, sorry. Just to be clear, you'll always read your data here about your adventurers. I just wasn't sure if there should be a button for that. The button takes you directly there. If you didn't have a button here, you'd click any of these other options and then click the adventurers tab. So I'll probably leave the button there. I think that makes sense. But yeah, the question was never, should we remove this tab? The tab needs to stay. These should all get consolidated though. Consolidate tabs for choosing stuff so that there are sub tabs, just like how perks used to work. Is it real code that has no value anymore because of AI? Oh, is it real that code has no value anymore because of AI? I don't think anyone's ever argued that code has no value. I think the argument that I've seen at least is that coders will have less value or could have less value because of AI. But AI is producing code still. The code has value. But anyway, I don't want to split hairs. The spirit of the argument, I think, is will AI change the realm of software development? And like, yeah, it certainly will. I think it's all a question of how much, because it already has. And we don't know how much more it's going to change it and how much more it'll change the world. You can write specs or so in AI make code. Yeah. Yeah, but like I said, the code is still valuable. And it's just a question of, did you need a lot of expertise to be able to review it or incorporate it somehow? And I think for now, I think you need to thoroughly guide an AI. And because of that, you need to be able to judge, is their code good? And I kind of said this, like the example I use is, imagine you're getting something done. I don't know. Let's say you have a car and you know nothing about cars. And you're like, oh, it's making a weird sound or something like that. Or I don't know, a light came on in the car and you have no idea how to process that. You just bring it to a mechanic and they fix it and they charge you like $1,200. Do you know that they did a good job? Do you know that someone else could have done it better, that they could have done it cheaper? Like, you can't judge those questions for yourself unless it's a very easily diagnosable thing. Like, my windshield was broken and now it's not broken anymore. Like, but did they fix it correctly? Does it have a tiny fault line in the middle of it? And as soon as you put any pressure there, it's going to just like smash and break. That's kind of how AI code works, where if you can't evaluate it, then you don't know if there's that tiny fault line in the middle of your code. And it turns out someone, calls into an API of yours and gets control of your whole system. Like, if you can't review the code, you won't know that. And since AI isn't producing great code all the time by default, then we still need some expertise now. But yeah, maybe that changes someday. All right, so what did I decide about this for hiring adventurers? I guess it should show, and I guess it should just bring you to a different place. Yeah, so I want both buttons or both means of opening that dialog to open the tab instead. All right, so how do we do that? There's a thing in the town menu that says hire adventurer. There it is. Where's the press thing on this? Open. Clicked hire adventurer.invoke. And then what? Disable the button. What? Until we close the dialogue? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, wow. That is kind of interesting. And then when we disable this, we re-enable that thing. Huh. And then hide the buildings menu. That's not a thing that's considered here. So what we want this to do instead is basically act like we just clicked this tab, which then does not need to disable this button. And that's based on whether we're in challenge mode or not. So I guess what we could do is just say if town.gameplay mode.is challenge mode, then we want to open the new tab here. Otherwise, we want to do all of this stuff. Just go through the guild master. Hey, Saro, maybe tangentially on that note, do you think a new coding language is more likely to come out and dominate due to maybe compatibility with AI Assist or to generated code, or less likely since a giant billion plus lines of production quality code need to be made and trained on for efficacy? I think this all, so one of the ways I kind of look at this is, let's say that this is time and this is like growth of AI, and let's say that it's going to look like a curve. We don't know that this is true yet because the time is in the future, and we don't know where along this curve we are or what the acceleration is going to get to. So if there were a general purpose AI and someone said, hey, make a language, and then that language caught on somehow, and then AI was writing code that could then sort of reinforce itself, then yeah, that scenario could happen where there's some new language that makes it, I don't know, more human readable or even less human readable, depending on what you're optimizing for. But I don't see that happening in the near future, because you still need the expertise of reviewing the code that you have. And for that, you'd want there to be some human familiarity with that code and ways of researching, communities of looking through, tapping into the collective human knowledge that exists. It must be. All right, so open the new tab here. This should be easy enough to do. Wait, is that it? That's not it. Where do we do this? There's an overlay visibility controller. But what, we don't ever listen to it from here? The overlay visibility controller listens to the menu? It doesn't. How do we control any of this then? Where is this called from? Opened perks. So we listen for something. I guess we could just have that same event that we had here. We could just have clicked hire adventurer. Is that what the guildmaster does too? Yes. Okay, that's pretty smart. So then let's just do that, right? And change the listener. So no matter what, we're going to invoke this. And if we're not in challenge mode, we want to do that stuff. Hey, Shika. I don't understand it. You still need to know what you want from the code that could be written by AI. Could it just be written faster sometimes? But still you need to know what you wanted, same knowledge, same skills. If AI tells you what you needed without you knowing, maybe you weren't that great. I think there are two skills we're talking about here. There's sort of product management, and then there's the coding of that thing. And think about it in terms of art. So the product management equivalent is, what art do you want? And then the coding equivalent is, how do you make that art? So if I say I want a painting of a squirrel, the how do you make it is you go and paint the colors, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an artist, but you get some brown paint, you get some gray paint, you get whatever else you need, and you paint it. That's the coding aspect of it. But the product management is like, what do I want? I came up with this myself right now. I don't need to know anything about coding to know what I want the thing to do. And that's how it works in coding too. There are product managers who say, this is VS Code. VS Code should have a tabbed panel at the top. It should have buttons for controlling debugging. It should have whatever else, line numbers on the left side. Like, you don't need to know how to code to know how to specify what it is you want out of the thing. I might be misunderstanding your message. If you're talking about for the code, yes, someone needs to know that it's high enough quality. But even then, if you think about it in the art example, it's like when I get a picture of a squirrel out of an AI, if I'm like, yeah, looks good enough to me. It's like, that's the only metric I really need for art working or not. For coding, there are many requirements you have, like security and performance, and just meeting the business requirements of the prompt that you gave it. But some of those you can validate very easily without knowing anything about coding. You probably won't be able to validate the security without knowing anything about coding. But if you said, hey, make a button to turn my whole screen green, and you click the button and it turns your whole screen green, then you can be like, yeah, it worked. So I think there's a large category of verifiable things you can ask an AI to do and that are easy for you as a human to verify. And I guess as an example, imagine you have just some like basic algebraic equation. You say like x plus 5 equals 7. And let's say for whatever reason, you're like, I don't know how to solve this. Obviously, x needs to be equal to 2. But when the AI tells you, hey, the answer is 2, you could now go plug it in and be like, oh yeah, 2 plus 5 is 7. Okay, that was easy. I think there's a large category of those sorts of tasks that you can give it. Whereas like you didn't know how to do it. You couldn't figure out algebra yourself, but you certainly know how to verify it. All right, so this part's fine. This is only needed because of how hiring works. So this indicates this works differently whether you're in challenge mode because of how adventurers are presented to you. When in the base game, it pops up a dialogue from the guildmaster. Wait a second. Does the guildmaster listen for this? I might have been wrong about this. Oh, drat. It does. Okay, that's fine. So we just need to change this to be to check to see if we're in the if we're in challenge mode. Hire adventurer was clicked. And then we put a private void this and we check town equals. Oh wait, this has the town. Oh yeah, so we could just say if the town is in challenge mode, then just do nothing. The guild master doesn't let you hire adventurers in challenge mode. They're presented randomly. So clicking them doesn't actually transition to hire adventurer even here. So this was not the smartest way to write this, was it? Yeah, we need them to tell something that you clicked this thing. So I guess this could have just been clicked and that this can just go here and that this can all be deleted. And then we still need to figure out what is listening for this in the end. And it's going to be this, I guess. Does this have the higher panel? It could get it. Public higher panel. Higher panel. Yeah, can we just show this? Why is this even public then? This doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Public void toggle higher panel visibility. Yeah, great. All right. On the AI topic, are you a Chat GPT or Claude? I think, are you asking like, do I want to prompt something or do I want to have an agent? I don't really use agents right now, but I also don't really use prompts. VS Code has this built in. I can open this up and ask it some questions. And you see there's some history here, but like I don't really use this. I just use it as smart autocomplete. So let's say I didn't have this initialization here and I wanted it. I'd type like tab container and then maybe I for init, and it would be like, oh, hey, you probably want to call this with town. It's like, yeah, I do. And that's it. That's what I use it for mostly. I'm trying to use it as a team, like a team of 5 devs. Yeah, and I think if you're getting results with that, I think by all means continue to use it. I think if you're not getting results, I think there are ways in which you can get better such that the results are more advantageous for you than just smart autocomplete. But I think a lot of people won't put in the time. Like I haven't tried that myself, but I've heard really good things from friends of mine who've used it. And then I've heard some not so good things from friends of mine. Okay, so I don't think this is needed here. I think what we can do is we can just toggle the visibility of this thing. And it's a question of All right, here's what we could do. This is cheating. Overlay visibility controller dot toggle higher panel visibility. Yeah, this is definitely cheating. And then I will do this to just delete an exclamation mark, and we'll do the exact same thing, I guess, from over here. Alternatively, the overlay visibility controller could listen for this. So we could put this here and then else. So this is going to be the UI, which, no, we do it from town.ui. Okay. Well, that works. All right, let's try it. Well, it's a lot of time spent just getting this thing to work, I think. I know what I want and need, but I don't want to worry about frameworks or React or Git button here and there. Yeah, I think one of the difficulties, even if AI is doing what you want it to do, is that you're changing context as you're completing a task. Normally, when you're coding, it's just the coding context, which is not minimal. But when you're having AI write something for you, you switch from product design into reviewing code, into reprompting the AI, into reviewing the code again. I'm not saying from product perspective what you want, from technical side is what I'm considering. I think the same sort of thing still exists. And again, maybe I'm sort of misunderstanding, but again, if I said like, make a web page that shows these 3 images, it's going to generate code. You might not understand the code. It might not be ideal code, but you could tell at the end that it did the thing you wanted it to do. So essentially you look at it as you have some like verification metrics for AI produced anything. And you may or may not know how to perform / like get those metrics. So as an example, if I say like, make me a bank site or a bank backend or something like that, it's like one of your metrics is probably going to be security. One of your metrics is going to be something like, no creating money out of nothing. But you probably, if you were telling an AI to do this, you probably wouldn't know how to validate these things, at which point you still need some expertise. Hey, Taco. Much like junior dev and bring value immediately. Yeah. Yeah. When the junior dev, there's some investing in them. Your examples are so basic and simple because I don't know any context about you. All I know is that you sent this one message and it's a little hard to understand what it is you're trying to make as a point. So I'm happy to respond to something. I don't know what your hypothesis is. So I guess just put simply, what is your hypothesis here? Like, is there a point you're trying to make? Is it to start a conversation? Have an agent come out with a task, one that builds, one that verifies. Yeah, but you're putting a lot of trust in the one that verifies. And depending on what you're verifying, it may or may not be an easy task. Okay, so this works. Clicking the guild master now pops up this dialogue, and clicking hire adventure also pops up that dialogue. That's what I want to have happen. But then in here, I don't want that stuff to have happen. I want it to go back to the old stuff. Yeah, nice. All right. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. I am quite happy with that. So let's go check this in. Yep, looks good, and looks good for now, yeah. All right, so change the hire adventurer flow, whether through the guild master or the town menu, it will now open the appropriate dialogue for the gameplay mode. In challenge mode, it will open the new tab. In the base game, it will open the Guildmaster dialogue. Yeah. Okie dokie. Let's sync that. Not that I'm worried too much about losing this stuff. So now we need this part. And this is something that we need to do a little bit of design for. So you can get battle perks for adventurers you don't have. As an example, let's say you have the rogue. You may have gotten like mage +5 health, +2 power, and then another one, mage, like +1 inspiration, and I don't know, +5% lifesteal or something like that. So now, when presented with the choice of adventurers to hire, and the mage shows up, what do we tell you about what you've chosen? So option 1 is just present their level, which is equal to how many perks you've chosen for them. And option 2 is tell you every little thing you chose for them, which could be a pretty long list. I guess I'm just going to approximate. There are like 7 stats, and then there are 7 skills per adventurer. So it could be a list of 14 things. I think it's probably better to just go with option 1 for right now. Yeah, I think it's better to go with option 1. And if people do say, "Oh yeah, I want to see what those things are," we could present that at some point. Your friend is going crazy. Still at some point. He'll need to go there and fix things himself, and it's not going to be fun at all. Yeah, probably. Option 1? Yeah, I think option 1 is probably the right option. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. I was saying in general, I was trying to say code generation is not what senior dev does. 70-90% is design from technical side. Maybe not all fields of programming need that. Field I'm working on, any mistake code that could work and does the job is not right and could cause a lot of lost money for the company. Code is correct and works and does what product wants, but consider other factors that AI forgot could be bad. Yeah. I would generally agree. I think AI isn't going to do as thorough of a job as a human would do. But I think if the point is like AI is making code that works but is producing tech debt, I think the way beyond this is you have a human reviewer who reviews for whether or not the tech debt is acceptable. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier, which I've closed, but you have some metrics for verification, and whatever those metrics are that you care about, if you can't perform them, then you're putting your trust in an AI. So in this case, it's like if code design matters a lot to you, then you probably should have a human reviewer to make sure that the code is good. If AI is never actually producing code that's good, then AI is not a suitable tool for the job at that point. Wiggy, thanks for the resub. Happy 28 months. Okay, so show you how many perks you've gotten. I think we'll render that somewhere. There's a, where do we do this? There's a description of the adventurer thing, adventurer perk choice. Yeah, this. So instead of just the description, I think inside the description, we need to also put how many perks you've chosen for this character. And unfortunately, we can only do that if we have access to the town, I guess. Yeah, we could, let me think about this. How do we do this in the other ones? We simply don't need them. We pass in the abilities component. Okie dokie. So we need to pass in the adventurer battle perks as well. So now wherever I construct one of these, which would be in only one spot, I think. Yeah, it's only here. We just pass in town.adventure battle perks. Easy. Okay, now we modify the description to tell you how many of these you've already gotten. So we put something like perk perks chosen text. I don't know why that name was so hard to come up with. All right, so for this, we want to set it equal to, is this even what I want? I want to get the perks for that particular adventurer. So get perks for adventurer. So we just pass in the adventurer class. And what does this return? It returns battle perk data. Gonna be playing your demo? Nice. Yeah. I hope you like it. You haven't played already, have you? Okay, so we just want to say how many perks you've chosen for this adventure already. So this equals you have chosen battle perk. Actually, doesn't this exist in there? Battle perk data dot num perks chosen. Wow, look at that. Perks for this adventurer already. All right, that's it. Now, what's the problem here? Parameter is captured in the state of the enclosing type. Is also used to initialize a field. Oh, because I never used the capitalized one. Yeah, I need to do that here. Yeah, nice. Skipping lunch. Probably. Still haven't totally decided. But we're so close to done with this that I was going to decide after that. So it should be in the next like 5 minutes that I figure something out. Okay, so here's what we got to do. We gotta choose. Oh, we can't even do that. Okay, first thing, we got to get the farm. Or the pond. That works. Okay, so now we can get sludge. Uh-oh, no, we can't. It doesn't produce the chef slime. Oops. Okay, so bug, we don't make the chef slime when you make the fishing pond. So fishing probably wouldn't actually work. Make sure the regular game loads with the pond / slime. It may not due to how it may not if the farm creates it. The slime should load correctly. All right. Let me back up a step then. So we need to get the farm. So just wait until we find that. There. Okay. Now we can give ourselves sludge, and now we can give ourselves a battle perk. So who do we have? We have the witch doctor. So if we choose a battle perk for, let's say, we have one for the cleric, one for the mage. I want to get a repeat. One for the rogue. Cleric, mage. Oh my god, there are no repeats. Okay, one cleric, one mage, one rogue, one paladin. Ah, there, 2 rogue. Okay, so cool. So now when we're offered one of those choices, we should see these numbers. So there's the mage. You have chosen 1 perk for this adventure already. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now let's see if we can find the rogue. Paladin is 1. These were 0. 2 perks for the rogue. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what I want. Story of my life. Anytime I want to do anything fun. Yeah. By the way, please do try to be a little bit mindful of the segmenting rule. Okay, so this is going to be kind of good enough for now. So it says you have chosen 2 perks. So if we choose the rogue, now you see that the rogue is level 3. So we could actually write that they're level 3. I'm just not certain it's going to be obvious to players why it's that level. Oh, also, this technically needs to get updated if you then choose a perk. So this is the spirit caller. If we then choose a spirit caller thing, this should probably get updated to say you've chosen 1 perk for this adventure already. Okay, we'll fix that later. When hiring an adventurer, it shows how many perks. I guess so. This is I'll just say bugs. It shows how many perks you've chosen for that adventurer, but it shows how many battle perks, but it doesn't count battle perks you've gotten since the UI was formed. Because you can, i.e., if you defer the adventurer choice. Okay. Yeah. Whew. All right, so this is done. And allow for hiring adventurers is now done. So we pass this thing in, then we use it to show that, yeah. Show how many battle perks you chose for adventurers that you're going to hire. This doesn't reflect the number of perks that you choose after seeing the hiring options and deferring the choice. Adventure choice. All right. Yeah, so where does that leave us right now? What did we do today so far? I got done with all the battle perk stuff yesterday. So we fixed this bug. This took like half an hour. Then we show perks that you've chosen. That was pretty difficult. But then this stuff wasn't too bad. And this has all perks. I think it's really just town perks. Maybe we should rename that too. Maybe rename the all tab / title since it's not showing all perks, just the town perks. It's just not split into categories based on the building. Yeah, that might be a little confusing. This is blank right now. We probably also want it to be when you don't have any perks, the perks tab should probably say unlock perks by instructions. Man, I'm a little uneasy right now because we're doing all this work. The work is going well, but I don't know that any of it is fun yet. Like we can't even totally simulate it yet because I haven't added enough data to this. This is how you'll start, and then there will be a timer at the top, and you'll be able to be like, all right, let me send the paladin in a battle. Let's start battling. You're gonna probably start with money, or else I don't know what you're doing. So then you're gonna choose what you want to buy first, and maybe it's a building, and you're like, oh, okay, I can get the, I don't know, the garbage slime, and you get the garbage slime, and now you're like, I have 0 money. I'm getting money incredibly slowly. This run is already dead. Oh man, so you get some potions. And maybe we make the first perks cost very little. Like maybe they're 10 gold or something. So then you finally get enough money for your first perk and you buy something. You're like, man, none of these help me. I guess you'd want to hire an adventurer. In fact, maybe we should just start you with 2 adventurers. That's probably a smart idea, so you can't ever get totally stranded. Yeah. Where's the balance thing? Here it is. We should probably start you with 2 adventurers. It'd be such an obvious decision at first to get your second adventure, or make it super cheap. I guess that would also work. Okay, there is a question here. So if there's an action that's so obvious that every single person is going to take it, then should you even have the player take that action? So as an example, you just started a new game. You're going to go battle. There's no choice to be made there. So do we just start the battle for you? Similarly, if hiring an adventurer costs you, oh, this button probably doesn't get highlighted correctly. I just thought about that. Let me write that down. I think hire adventurer button is being highlighted based on the regular mode costs of the adventure, not the challenge mode costs. So hiring an adventurer, we could make it cost something really low, like 10 gold. And I guess you don't have to choose it first. I guess let's just write this down. Either start the player with 2 adventurers or make the cost of the second adventurer be so cheap that you don't have to fight many battles. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are a lot of businesses where reputation is everything, or making a mistake can be a death knell for your business. Okay, what do we do today? Morning is going to be this for tomorrow. Allowed for building and hiring. Showed like consolidated chosen perks, chosen town perks in the UI. I mean, I do like the idea of building this up. Also, I think starting a new town is fun on its own. Although almost every idle game, well, not almost every idle game, but a lot of idle games have some ascension or prestige mechanic where it's like, yeah, go do all the same stuff you did, but a little bit faster now. But yeah, this is pretty neat. I think the battle perks will be fun. You're not guaranteed to get any until you've actually built something like the farm. And even then, you only, this is why we got to balance everything. The farm should probably start with the extractor training. But yeah, we just planted 4 carrots. So that'll give us 8 sludge in like 30 seconds. We need that to be much faster. So, oh, crop growth. Did I talk about that? I don't know if I did. May need crops to grow faster. Anyway, let's say you had some sludge now. You'd be able to get some battle perks. And the odds of it being for an adventure you have are pretty slim. Like we did find the paladin. We have the paladin here. So plus 16 health, plus 4 power. They were taking 23 seconds to fight. Now let's see how long they take. Because they got the tiniest boost to their stats. They got a little bit more power. Actually, 40% more. That's pretty good. And 13% more haste. So I think that means that they should technically go roughly 50% faster, which means this should be like a 14-second thing or something. Yeah, it's about 14 seconds. Okay. Well, then that is quite the upgrade. It did work, but the odds of that happening were pretty slim. Well, we can pick them again here, get even more power. And now their battle, instead of taking like 14 seconds, should go faster. Let's speed this up. So it took 13.3 again. Now it takes 11.2. Yeah, the upgrades are doing something. Well, yeehaw. We're getting somewhere. I'm looking forward to sitting down and actually playing this to see, is it fun? And I've only very, very, in a basic sense, started doing this now. But things like that, I couldn't get the sludge I needed to be able to buy this perk. It costs 50. That's way too long unless I rebalance this stuff. So if we're going to start you with a farm having just 4 plots, then we need to make the first perk cost like 5 or 10. And then we need a slow build up from there. But yeah, I could see this being pretty interesting. I'm still excited. All right, what do we have remaining? I'm probably going to go get lunch. But let's see. Add a bunch of perks. Fix these bugs. This I'll try to do in the afternoon. I'm not sure if I'm going to stream that. I haven't decided. Add a bunch of perks. Change the loot that drops. Show challenge mode UI. Code winning and losing. We should probably do this stuff sooner. It's kind of easy to do, I think. Do quickest amount of polish. Add sound effects. Wow. Yeah, lots of progress. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna stop the stream. I was originally planning on just like working through until we got this stuff done, but then we got this stuff done. So I mean, I guess that means I followed the plan. I'm just debating should there be an afternoon stream, and I'm leaning toward no, but that I'd still do coding off stream. I should probably just stream it then, huh? Yeah, all right, I'll just take a regular lunch break. I'll be back in like an hour. And maybe I just end it early if I'm not feeling it. Thank you all for watching so far. If you do want to play the game, if you're even here listening because there's an ad running and you probably can't hear me talk, there's a link to the game if you'd like to play it. And yeah, I'll be back in about an hour. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.